And you're good, Jim.
Hello and welcome to Tales from Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and we are here for the latest episode of Avress, the Shattered World. Thank you all for being here. We do have one player out today. Eldon is not going to be here, and one person their camera is off because they're a little bit under the weather there. So Sora is going to be no camera, but the rest of us are all here and ready to go. So the last week, the party were dealt with the aftermath of um, the murder of Eddie, Elia's mentor and the druid in charge of the northern forest above Raven's Crest there, a longtime resident who was also a shattered soul, same as both Elia and Amethyst. Had connections to the owner and operator of the Tumbled Tankard in Port Oris and her friends, and had been spent a little bit of time with the party off and on. She's was the caretaker of Raven's Crest for many years, and is now taken out by Wraith and his group. The party spent time talking with the residents of the town, first with the council, to determine what was happening there. And Janice Fairwood, the owner of the lumber yard there, informed them that he was going to be contracting with the Crimson Hunt, the mercenary organization from Port Oris the party had worked with before, to bring in extra people to shore up the defenses of the town, along with bringing the airship, the Sable Drake, to Raven's Crest for the party to be able to use in the hunt for Wraith and his associates. They spent time with Strava at the Temple of Rest, kind of looking over, discussing the security of the Dark King's skull that they know that Wraith and his groups are after, to make sure that it is secure there. And there had been discussion about taking it away from there, but then how to secure it somewhere else that nobody could mess with it there kind of became a concern. And so the skull is being left there, but defenses are being shored up and more security measures being taken to ensure that it cannot be easily retrieved by anyone else. The party also ended up discussing learning from the Rangers, Fielden and Bickle, of a potential location of Amethyst's um, uh, the locations that Amethyst had mentioned for the ruined tower where she'd seen Wraith in one of their visions. Um, uh, Picking out two likely locations, and one of them narrowing it down to one of them being a ruin of Mournhold Tower to the southwest of Raven's Crest, along the old road between Shorehaven and Port Oris. The group uh, then spent some time, obviously, uh, working with each other, doing some research, and eventually going to Addie's cabin itself to retrieve her body and to investigate what had happened there. Sora did perform a ceremony to ensure that Addie's body would stay at rest, and they found evidence of the attack and saw a number of things there. The body was laid peacefully in the bed, and they did retrieve Eddie's body and bring it back to Raven's Crest to be interred. Um, there's uh, the last thing. Sora did get informed by her sister that a shipment from Shorehaven was now a couple of days late, and she was worried. It should have been there by now, and there was no word, and the fact that the shipment was gone did it cause concern. Sora also then met at the Jeweled Flagon a rather interesting fellow, a golden dragonkin by the name of Gethranosh, who was also a paladin of Bahamut. Um, Definitely some trust issues happening here, but he seems to be on the pretty forthright guy. But time will tell, as if Sora's instincts around that person are correct. So we pick up Uh, During the course of the days before Eddie's funeral, a number of things have been happening. People have been doing some work with various people around town, or in the case of Lucas, jumping back and forth to Port Oris to do some research and finding out some things there using his nifty little teleportation circle. Um, so we'll pick up there with anything you guys have going before, specifically before the funeral. What do we have in store?
Torben has just been furiously writing over the past couple of days, deep in thought. Not usually jovial, playing with his toys or like just fooling around like he normally is. Just
Okay.
kind of like for the for the first time in a long time, realizing death is inevitable.
Definitely more subdued Torben in the past has been more shy. Now is acting definitely more subdued and introspective. Anything else?
I'll just be spending time with Elia and making sure that she's okay, which obviously she's not.
Right.
Just, keeping my eye on her.
She seems to be holding up pretty well. I mean, she's definitely, I mean, a mess, but at the same time, she's kind of taking things in stride. She knows she has responsibilities. She knows that you're there, and her family is there. So she's been doing fairly well. I mean, all things considered. Um, she's been spending most of her time uh, at the house, not really spending a lot of time uh, uh, away from the house, where she's been staying with you for the most part. But she's definitely she seems to be doing okay overall. Anything else? Lucas, I know you were so it's about 3 days from bringing Addie back to when they have the funeral planned here. So there's about 3 days worth of time to be doing things here. Lucas, are you making daily trips back, or are you just kind of making one trip here, and what's the plan there?
Uh, it depends if anyone else wants to come. I obviously will ask the rest of the party if anyone wants to take
No,
a
Torben would
trip
tag
with
along
us.
for sure if he was
Okay.
invited.
I think also Ellie and I would like to go and see Mabel and the others just to give them all
Sure.
a hug and stuff.
Okay. Um, the mood there is so. We'll come back to that in just a minute here. Lucas, then what's the what is your plan there when you're there? You anything specific you're looking for, or just in general research?
He's researching, obviously, spells,
Okay,
various magical secrets that we will get at next level.
gotcha. Yep.
And like I said, he's looking into the board instruments. He's got
Yes.
one. He's looking to see if he can upgrade it to get a better one.
Okay. Something else. You are informed that that Excelvion is available to come and meet. Um, it'd probably be we'll call it the day after the funeral. He's agreed to make the trip the day after there. So that's something that you're informed of while you're there. That the uh, the the master bard in question there is interested in coming to speak.
You'll also be looking at to see if there's any way of getting attuning to an Ulkarun teleportation circle and the
Sure.
capital city.
Okay. It's a little bit more. It's something that can be arranged at some point. Essentially, there aren't a lot of people that make the jump back and forth often there, but there is. Uh, it's one of those things of you can see there's a lot of hesitation around that initially, but it's sort of breaking down a bit. Potentially after speaking with Excelvion and uh, maybe some others there, you'll be able to get that arranged. So Um, as for the liar, Linda will inform you. She doesn't have a line on one. Those are a little harder to find. Although uh, it'd be easier to find where you're back in an old Karoon, considering. Although you also know that they're in high demand, so
Yeah.
it's kind of the idea that they're not going to be just lying around. Someone's going to be using them. So the idea of getting those might be a little bit tricky, but there's some potentials there you could to run down. So she will keep an eye out for what if she can find one, and let you know as soon as she can. So
Yeah,
far, she hasn't
fine.
she doesn't have anything on hand essentially. So uh, let's see here, Sora. I know you had something that you had planned. I will say, um, when did you want to hand that off? The thing you were doing.
We would probably do it whenever we could get a moment alone
Okay,
because I don't want like it to be everybody staring at her again.
sure. Okay. Well, I would say that it takes you a couple of days to really do that, and we'll just say you got the material you needed from while you were there. There is we'll get that in a second here. So probably maybe the day before the funeral there, you definitely be able to get some time. As I said, Elia's mostly has been spending her time at the house, so if you wanted to do that there, you could.
I'd also like to keep in contact with Kiva and Gildor just to check on them and make sure they're okay and make sure they're aware of Wraith and his intentions.
Yeah. I mean, Gildor is sort of clueless about the whole thing. I mean, he's again remote, the most remote of areas, and he doesn't really have any way to connect or anything for the most part. He's a little bit aware of what's happening just because of what he's seen, but at least as you told him there, he's obviously concerned and saddened by what's happened, though he doesn't really know the full impact or anything else. Just a little bit of the emotion that he got and the distress and everything that he picked up when he did do some recent paintings.
Right. And he's seen it from two different
Yes, he did.
perspectives as well. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. So he will inform you of that he actually saw what happened essentially from both. It, in talking over with you, he saw it from Alia's point of view and Wraith's point of view.
Yeah.
Um, So, we'll just Eldon has been kind of feverishly working and trying different things, um, setting up. You'll find that thanks to Sebastian, to Seb, there, he's not setting anything up in the attic nearby where you are. It's actually, if we jump over to the house, I'll show you more where things are happening. Um, so the attic is pretty much the attic where your space is pretty much over your bedroom and a little bit back to about here. He's setting something up kind of over the front door. So it's a little platform over there. So it actually is pretty much right above where Brevilar's room is, and and it has a little conduit going straight down the inside of the wall down to where he is. So the idea that there's he's kind of building a little platform there and setting up some kind of device, some sort of weapon he's planning up there. And so there's been there hasn't, luckily with Sebastian, there a little bit calmer head prevail. He isn't just drilling massive holes through everything and just causing too much of a problem. Sebastian's a little bit more of a calming influence on Eldon's craziness. But he is doing some work there and seeing what he can accomplish. So, um, Thora, did you want to do your training now, or were you thinking of focusing on that afterwards?
Be a little bit of both. Start it before, head back in, get washed up, and
Sure.
then go back to it again.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you find that you're able to train not only Dunkhorn but Gethronosh is there too, and You do get a pretty good assessment of his skills. He's very similar in style to the way you fight. He all fights with sword and shield as opposed to hammer and shield, but he's definitely of a paladin. Maybe not quite as good in combat as you are. He doesn't have the fighter levels that you do, um, but he's a pretty tough, strong guy. Duncorn still edges you as a little bit in just sheer hit points and overall skill, but the three of you have some pretty intense sparring matches between the three of you, and definitely picking up some interesting skills. Because I mean, you have sword shield, axe shield, and hammer shield, so it's very much a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of heavy combat happening.
Well, that's intensive.
What was that?
That's intensive.
Yeah, it's been. I mean, it's not like you have like this massive constant. It's just a lot of sparring matches, and some other guardsmen kind of rotate in and do some little small skirmish things, and for the most part, Gasparnosh doesn't seem to be like he's not pushy or anything else. That he's just sort of jumping in where he can and kind of taking stock of everything. But he seems friendly. He's not like super outgoing. He's not like he's trying to command anyone or take control of anything. He's mostly just, what can I do? Where should I go next? And kind of keeping tabs on seeing what's going on. So the day before, you know that the next day is planned for the funeral. So did you want to present your thing then?
Yes, I can do it then.
Okay. Well, I'll let you take it away there and just let them know what you have.
I'll walk up and have in my hand, it looks like a wooden doll and some metal pieces wrapped into it. It looks what I remember Addie looking like, and I will give it to Elia. Just a little present for you to be able to remember her by.
And uh, she doesn't like break down into tears up. She definitely tears up again there and gives you a hug if you're open to that. And
Yeah.
we'll say that the pretty much the doll for the most part is made from a piece of the railing from uh, Addie's cabin there that had been broken off during the initial kind of skirmish that had happened. Um, and then just little bits and pieces there. So it's not expertly made, but it's very nice and very much uh, very Elia is definitely uh, very loves it very much, and she holds on to it and thanks you. Yes, and so with uh, with that, is there anything else anyone's doing the night before the funeral?
He's still writing.
Okay, alrighty. So the next day, you are all gathered and brought out to the Temple of Rest, and so you kind of gathered there, and there are a lot of people here. And we're going to move to just one more thing here to kind of show you everyone's here. But effectively, um, the gathering and the enshrouded body is placed right below the giant tree that's right here in the middle of the temple cemetery here. And as you all gather, we'll kind of move people around here. Um, People aren't actually in the tree, but they are And there's quite a number of people all kind of gathered around here. Some faces you know well, some faces you haven't seen very much of. Um, but effectively, you see um, Dennis and Riley. We'll kind of swap you two here. Amethyst and Elliot kind of standing together, and Burton, the oldest brother, over here. The Benzinger family, Welby, the mayor's assistant, and his parents, and his little sister is there too. He's about 8 or 9 year old halfling there, is holding Welby's hand in one and her mother's hand in the other. You see Andres and his family there, Bez, Dale, and um, Bez, Dale, and Jenny there. And you'll take note that Jenny is, at this point, somewhat obviously pregnant. Showing there, it's a few months along at this point. There, as you can see, Risa and Alar from Belts and Buckles, they're there, and Duncorn, Nimbus, and a number of guardsmen are sort of standing back out of the way, just sort of watching and keeping. And then scattered throughout the area there, a number of huntsmen and the woodsmen, lumberyard workers, and some of the huntsmen are kind of standing off in the background. Elvis, the mayor, starts things off, and I won't go into the full speech or anything else like that. But Elvis, it's one thing you learn is that Addie's name is actually Adeline Corning, and had been in the part of the community before he was born. She had been there for at least 40 years, and just a valued member of the community, and just people definitely all know. Everyone knew who she was, though she didn't spend a lot of time with people in the town. They all knew who she was because of what she did. Not only helping with the forest, but with the farming communities, the crops, and the livestock, and everything else. He'll hand it over to Danis. And Danis talks of the time when he moved there with his wife and young son, with dreams of setting up a lumber empire and cutting down the forest and selling all the lumber and everything else like that, and then running into this stubborn older druid lady who wouldn't let him do whatever he wanted. Who eventually they did come to respect each other and realizing that they could help each other in terms of her helping the forest to grow and him kind of harvesting where she told him it would be okay. And kind of working out a business and then eventually personal arrangement there, and then saying that he obviously entrusted her enough to let his oldest daughter live with her and train with her. That she was practically a member of the family at that point, especially. And then Elia will step in and just describe some of the times that she trained and kind of grew up with Addie, and the fact that she was one of the only people that really understood her in a way that nobody else really did, because they were alike in a lot of ways. And so she talked a little bit about the training she went through and the times and some of the more difficult times and some of the good and peaceful times. And so the funeral isn't a long one. There aren't too many dry eyes in the place. She is obviously cared for by a lot of people here, and there's as they sort of wrap up, Strava does step up and sort of give those effectively the last rites as her body is placed in a grave, ensuring that she would be a part of the land forever, and ensuring that nothing could ever disturb her rest. Amethyst, you see a number of people, actually the whole group of you there. You see a number of people do come up to Elia, especially, and hug her. various townsfolk and everything. The one that kind of surprises you that the hug lingers the longest there is Risa, the leather worker. Is a very tearful hug for a long time there, and just a lot of people coming and going. And while there's a lot of sadness, there's also a lot of smiles and hugs and everything else too. Like I said, it's not a long time, but everyone there definitely has a lot of fond memories and a lot of they're going to miss her quite a bit, obviously. Afterward, people kind of set their separate ways. You see that uh, a number of people kind of linger, spending some time in the graveyard area there, just kind of looking over the various tombstones and just spending. And it is a beautiful spring day. It is warm. The sun is shining, and the birds you can hear off in the trees and everything else. It is as if nature is on full display. Afterward, Danis essentially informs that essentially everyone there that anyone who wants to spend time at the Fighting Unicorn will have food and drinks for people to partake in throughout the day. To swap stories and hang out, whatever they want to do. Thora, you do spot. I don't have on the map here, but Gethranosh is also standing kind of off in the back there. Next to him is an older gnome, kind of elderly gnome, and a Furbolg woman sitting next to him, and you realize these are the attendants of the Shrine of Light, and he's standing with the two of them, just kind of watching and solemnly keeping watch over everything. So as people start to go their separate ways, what would you like to do?
I'd be my character Torben would be pretty close to Amethyst and Elia at the moment.
Sure. Kind of, we'll move some people off out of the way here as they all kind of head back their ways. Yes. One thing you'll also notice. One thing you'll also notice is after Elbus kind of gives his talk there, he does go and stand with Burton and take his hand, and sort of two of them kind of leaning on each other a little bit. No one seems to really take objection or take note of it there. It's just sort of seems to be, at least as far as you can tell, accepted as the two of them being together. Um, so anything else anyone's doing?
Head off to the jeweled flagon.
Okay.
I'll just stay with Elia and whatever she
Okay.
wants to do.
Okay. She does spend some time there, although she's at some point the rest of her family head off to the Fighting Unicorn and the Flagon as well. Just kind of spending some time over there, kind of leaving. Strava eventually heads off back into the temple, and you guys pretty much have cemetery to yourselves. Eldon's already kind of sitting down on the grass there with a book in his hand, just sketching away at things and writing and stuff, and looking around the place and just kind of seemingly not really paying attention to a whole lot of it. Ilya lets you know, Amethyst. I mean, she's going to be taking over for Addie. She is staying here. She is going to be doing the things that He's going to be taking over all the duties there and working more with her father and everything else. And so, while it's not going to be take time away from you while you're here, she is going to be doing more and more things along that nature there. And she does assure you that she will have uh, Riley essentially will never let her go anywhere without a guard posted,
Mhm.
and anyone else that comes along. Dennis has already said that he's planning on at least having a couple of the Crimson Hunt keeping watch on her as well wherever she goes, whenever she leaves the city.
Good. And she's not
So,
staying in that cabin on her own either.
no, she doesn't. She tells you she doesn't tend to go back there. She won't be staying out there.
Good.
She's she has too many ties and too much to the city itself that though she's a druid, will spending being a lot of time out in the woods, she's not going to live out there. So the day, if there's nothing else there, if you want to pop in with anything else there, let me know. But the day will continue. The celebration sort of continues throughout the in the city. A number of people are in the town square, um, just spending. Uh, well, there is obviously an air of sadness and everything else really there. There's also like people just celebrating, talking, spending time throughout the square. There's a number of people just kind of walking around uh, with walking around the town square, talking um, and in some cases laughing, in some cases crying, but everyone's sort of there, um, obviously in celebration. It's kind of both the fighting unicorn over here and the jewel flagon over this side of the square, both having their doors open and people coming and going with drinks and food and everything else. And the celebration continues throughout the day. Eventually, things calm down. Kind of the festivities, well, the celebration comes to a close, and you guys find yourselves back at the house uh, with whatever it is you would like to do over the course of the next couple of days. You are informed that the Crimson Hunt, the Sable Drake and the Crimson Hunt, are due to arrive within the next 3 days. So you do have a few more days to pick and choose what you want to do in terms of any projects you want to work on, any training you want to do, any specific things you want to accomplish.
All you would hear from Torben's room is like a over and over, same repetition, same sound, like a thwick sound, like something sharp going into wood, over and over and over again, like a twang right after.
Nicely. I mean, you also have if you also want to do any practicing down in the basement, there is
Yeah,
the shooting range down there that and the dummies and everything else that are there down there as well.
yeah. He spends at least 3 or 4 hours every single day doing that. So
Sure. We'll take him here. All right. Then I am going to cover a few things here over the course of the next couple of days as you get there. Amethyst, we'll start off this whole thing here. You have just been consoling and checking in there. Uh, you are going to end up with. Let me check something real fast here. Um, you, based on just comforting and spending time with everyone, and just kind of being Elia's shadow, you are gaining expertise and insight.
Cool.
I'm going to add that.
Wait.
Okay. Sora, based on your training, you are going to end up with a new maneuver a new usage that you can have, a new thing you can do.
Oh, it's my first one.
Let me add this here. I want to, here we go, actions. Want to add, you are going to end up with, here we go. Let me just finish adding to your sheet here real fast, and then you will see it. It's all good. It is bonus. That should do it. You are going to have, I believe if you look at your, yes, it'll show up there now. That is not right. Let me fix that real fast. Did not. No, that's not right. Sorry, it's not displaying correct. Oh yeah, there it is. Got it. Cool. Okay. You will notice if you refresh your page there, you're going to know. I don't know if you're in Beyond or not. Well, I'll just tell you, you're going to end up when you use your bonus action to do a Shield Master, the Shield Master shove. You can also bash someone with it and do a D6 plus your strength attack as a bonus action.
Nice.
So effectively, it's adding on to your Shield Master abilities. You can now do a bash attack with your shield.
That's super cool.
So essentially, and since you already have Shield Master, it's basically in addition to your shove. So when you shove someone, you can bash them and knock them back 5 feet. Lucas, you are based on all this. You're going to end up with expertise in Arcana because of all your specialties, all your just research into spells and everything else you've been doing here, and spending so much time in the library. So you can either add that, or if you go into if you click on Arcana, you can go into Customize and change the proficiency level to Expertise. See how to do that. And let's see here. Looks like that. I don't know why your character does not show up when I do this, Torben. But you, since you have been just training and writing and doing what you've been doing here, and also spending a lot of time wandering around. Have you been spending? You mentioned before spending some time at a certain location. Have you been doing that?
Oh yeah.
Okay. In that case, go ahead and take a proficiency in religion.
Ooh.
And so, one thing you will notice is that when Torben isn't at the house there, he, at some point, one of you have spot there that he's been spending a lot of time over at the temple.
How do you add a proficiency?
So you click on the skill itself, just click on the name of the skill,
Okay. Go back.
then go up to customize. You can change the proficiency level to proficient if you're in Roll20, or if you're in D&D Beyond.
I'm going right there right now.
Yeah. And hold on while he's working. So you'll find out what happens with him later on. So in the time that you've had, a couple of days here, again, between working with people, seeing people there, is there anyone specific you want to talk to, or anyone, anything beyond just what you've been mentioned so far?
We're going to go to the Falcon Wing Academy at any point.
Yeah, I was thinking that. The
Okay.
headmaster, Antius.
Yep.
Nope,
So
that.
I would say that looks like it's +4, should be +8 for you, I believe, shouldn't it?
It's still not letting me. Like, I went to it. I don't want to take up too much of everyone's time figuring it out, but
So
I clicked on it and then it's not. It's
so
only giving me the option to customize. It's not giving me the
yeah,
option to do anything else.
you need to customize it. Yeah, customize and change the proficient. There's the fourth thing down is skill proficiency level. Change it to proficient.
Got it.
Go
Thank you.
go to
Yep.
customize. Yep.
Yep.
And now you're proficient. Cool.
Nice.
Perfect. Cool. Um, yeah, you have some time afterwards if you do want to spend a couple of days or some time with a couple of days there, going to the academy. You absolutely can.
Just want
Uh,
to know what's available, really.
Essentially, if you want to start training in a combat related feat, any feats that involve something to do in combat. It could be defensive, it could be offensive, it could be ranged, it could be magic based to a degree. They can't actually train like magic initiate or anything else like that, but in terms of like learning how better to use your magic in combat, learning how to defend better against magic, they can do that, or any combat based feats. They can absolutely set you on the path. It may not be like it wouldn't be like, oh, you train for 2 days and you're done, but you're on the path of gaining an extra feat. Um,
Is there anything they
so
can do that's not combat related?
not at the academy, no.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, obviously things like Warcaster, Spell Sniper, um, are both things on the table for casters. Any of the resilient feats, they can teach you how to be resilient toward anything in terms of saving against things. Um, Anything you want to do, and they couldn't train you in like Magic Initiate or any sort of the initiate feats there for Magic, but any of those all that nature, you can definitely start on the path for it. So if you have a choice there, let me know and we'll figure out how long it's going to take.
I would be if I had time with everything I was doing to go to the academy. He would definitely be any kind of weapon training he could do, specifically with daggers and throwing and just anything like that.
Sure.
Anything
Yeah,
range or even to close distance and stuff like that.
sure. There are a
If he
number of
had
things
time.
there. So again, I mean, what would end up happening is essentially they would kind of start you training and say and show you the techniques and kind of give you exercises and things to think about and things to kind of work through. And Antis would kind of show you, depending on who, if it was more like melee combat based, he'd probably be the one showing you. Range combat, he has people specialized in that. Magic combat, they have people specialized in that. And then defensive nature stuff, there would be people that can help with that. So any of those things, take a look at some point. Let me know if that's something you're interested in. Um, Sora, if you're not doing that, you can continue your training with there. And there is um, a feat associated with what you got that I've created if you want to move toward the Shield Basher feat. So that is something that is I've created a new feat for that.
Okay, I will probably look at it.
Okay.
See, because you've created a new one. I don't know what it does.
Yeah. It effectively kind of it enhances shield mastery with that bash attack and adds some elements from dual wield. Essentially, it's dual wielding with a shield in the offhand instead of a weapon.
That sounds like fun.
So, but you have the attack there regardless. If you wanted to upgrade to the actual feat, you get a little extra benefit there.
Awesome, awesome.
Okay. So, all right. So, is there anything else in the next in those 3 days besides training or looking into specific things? Anyone you want to talk to? Um, anyone you
Oh,
want to? Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, Exelvian was coming the day after the funeral.
Yes, he was. So, we'll cut to that then. Thank you. So, you go. Lucas, I assume you're bringing everybody with you if they're willing.
Yes, they want to come. Yeah.
Okay. So Lucas does inform you that Excelvion, who is he's the one who one of the party members that killed the Dark King. So, kind of a big deal to be talk to this guy. So I assume everyone's going to be there.
Yep.
If he tells us about it, I'll be there.
Yeah, I'm assuming he would. Yeah. Okay. So you learn. I mean, Lucas has made a request to speak with Excelvion, who is one of the master bards from an old Karun. And you can tell them whatever you want to tell them. What you've learned, at least, of the man. Go ahead. I'll let you go ahead and do that while I shift things on the map.
Is the current husband of the leader of the College of Law, I believe. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, he was part of the group that killed the Dark King. He was the one that took the book back to an old Karun to look after it.
Great job.
I would say, in talking, I know you mentioned to Janan about the book and Professor Martinet there. Did I forget here? Did you have her let Excelvion know that you had the book, or was that?
No, I didn't let on to that. Yeah.
Okay, good. I want to make sure of that one, so it didn't make any assumptions there. So you are essentially all called into, and actually, I'm going to set up a new map for you guys here. So if anything else, talk amongst yourself for just a moment as I add a new map, real quick.
How's it going, everyone? Just kidding.
Anything wish to share or spend time with there while I set this up real fast?
I been thinking a lot lately, and I wrote something for all of you. I've never done this before, so it's not very good, but it does come from the heart, and I thought that might be important. Would you like to hear it?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Okay. I've never written anything before, so I'll just say this, and feel free not to judge it too harshly. Um, and then I'll take out this little notepad that you've probably seen me dabbling in writing through since you've known me. The raven's tales are daring and bold. They have been through trials and tribulations. I am new, yet they brought me into the fold. Eldon is brilliant and kind, a crafter, a creator, and a dangerous mind. Sora the brave is holy and blue, seeing the world through her eyes, prints it anew. Lucas is charismatic and brave, a whisper of songs and daggers he gave. Amethyst is a cut above the rest. Out of all of us, I like her best. That's all I have so far.
That was very sweet, Torben. Thank you.
Very beautiful.
Okay. I think this is all set up here. You're going to, in my copious amounts of free time, I threw this together for you guys.
Ironic. That's what I did with the poem. It took me 10 minutes.
So you will end up back at the Ivy Lyceum, being up there, heading up. You informed that you're supposed to meet up with Professor Martinet at her office, and this is what it looks like.
But y'all, blue carpet.
So you see the rows of books and everything else that, and her office off to the right here. And this is the graduate library. Essentially, all the bookshelves. And once you get into the library, there are a couple of people kind of at the tables in the corners there, and at least one person perusing the shelves. And But as you arrive, the professor beckons you over, and you see both her and an elven gentleman there, very finely dressed, kind of unassuming. He doesn't. He does have. Um, Actually, the only thing he has besides the clothing he's wearing there is you see. Um, Actually, well, he he sitting at the desk there. You see a fairly unassuming looking guitar or a stringed instrument there set up against the chair right here. As you all approach, he does stand. He has kind of bronzish colored skin, a bit of wrinkles around the eyes. His eyes are kind of a silvery blue, pale white hair, kind of a little metallic texture. Definitely a high elf of that nature there.
Ugh.
Uh, he does stand as you guys all approach there, and you head on into the office. She does close the door, so there's no one can overhear essentially. And you do sort of see her make a gesture, and there's sort of a wavering field over the door that happens. And those of you with arcane skill would recognize the fact that this is a sort of something to private, more of like a privacy kind of thing. No one can really listen in or hear what's happening in the room. He looks over at all of you and he doesn't really smile, but he doesn't like have that haughty expression. It's just sort of like a flat look at you, kind of appraising for the most part, all of you there. And he does nod and the people dealing with the mess we left behind, it seems. The next generation of well, heroes, I see. He looks directly at you, Lucas. Ah, well, one of my husband's whelps, I understand.
Yes.
And then he does give a bit of a smile. I understand. Well, it is good to see you. I have. I know you that know you as one of Master Carthan's proteges. I've been. I can see the fact that you're able to transport yourself here. Your skills have grown greatly. Uh, Good to see, and always nice to see our younglings going out into the world and making a name for themselves. And as he finishes that, his eyes sort of linger, and he pauses for a moment. And you do have it, don't you?
Mm-mm-mm.
Yes.
I can still hear it. I carried that tome for over a decade, and the sound is unmistakable. I am not intending to take it from you at this time. You've been carrying it for this amount of time, and I know that though it is dangerous, leaving it locked up is not very. It is not very useful either. I would
Oh,
caution you against any sort of usage of the book. You may be tempted, but the powers it represents are extremely dangerous. And uh, I will just say that I managed to I managed to prevent myself from using it, but the temptation was there the entire time.
I've seen what happens to someone who uses the book.
I assume the fate of Master Carlton was not good.
No. I assume the book must have been whispering to him over a period of time for him to do what he did.
I believe so. I don't know if he was accessing it in secret or if he's uh hmm, or if he just was able to hear it. It was stored in a way that it should not have been, but it does not mean that he was not able to uncover it and study it. Um, whatever safeguards we have, the power of this thing is such that it is likely the call is still there for those who wish to follow it. I um I was told that you wish to speak, and your companions here as well. Um, please, any questions you might have, I will answer what I can.
Do you know how to break the bindings in the book created? Or how to destroy the book would be handy.
If I could destroy the book, I would have done so. I would not. I am, though I am loath to destroy knowledge. That is not really a book that passes on knowledge. It is more a conduit to dark powers that should not be used. Um, as for breaking bindings, he pauses at that point and looks at you, Amethyst. You have one, don't you? One of the coins.
Hmm.
I see. I see. Uh, may I ask which one?
I don't know what the name of the coin is. I
Uh,
know that.
oh, well, it's the coin of fortune,
Right. Okay. I'll tell him
and
that then.
I see. Lucia, then I will say that is good. Of all the coins we dealt with, the coin bearers we dealt with there, hers was the least problematic. Well, mostly. And there's just sort of a soft laugh in your mind there, Amethyst. Not like, oh, this one, he's so just full of himself, isn't he?
Hmm. It's a high elf.
Yeah. And he just like pauses. Well, uh, I was never quite sure what happened to her. She sort of helped us in our efforts for a time.
She was in a locked safe in the bottom of a tower of a friend of yours.
Oh, I never dealt with him directly. I heard in Varnak, was it?
It was. Yes.
Ah, yes. I by the time he was involved in what was happening, we were half a continent away. But I did hear that there was something of that. Lucia there was able to help us gain access to places we shouldn't have. I don't know that we would have accomplished our task without her, well, more selfish desires, let's say.
What do you mean gain access?
We had to reach the Dark King himself. He was locked. He was in his tower in Dravia. Uh,
Okay.
we had to find ways to infiltrate and bypass and get beyond and Unluckily for him, Lucia did not chafed under the bindings that had been placed upon her, did not want to continue that. I was never aware what happened to her. I know the coin was passed along, and eventually it must have ended up in Varnak's clutches.
She appears to want to be helpful, but she'd also like to be freed. So
Well, if there's a way, I don't know of it, unfortunately. There were other coins. We dealt with, what was the ones? And he pauses a moment there in his, well, the pit fiend, Trexiarch, we only heard of. Not see him in person, luckily. There was, what was that? There was one that, a wolf-like creature, fey-based. I don't know that name, but there was one that was able to call upon the powers of similar to a werewolf.
Werewolf,
Uh,
you say?
but massive and horrible. Not like lycanthropes have it or other like. This one was a monster. One that had ties to one of the Pandemonium planes, I believe. There, an Arcanoloth. That one gifted all sorts of interesting knowledge, but I never dealt with him directly. I heard of that. Uh, that we, as far as I know, we didn't deal with them directly. I just heard of that one. And then, of course, there was the Chained Menace. Oh, gosh. I'm going to find it. And he actually does pull out a notebook and starts going through some things here. His name. He was a chain devil. Nico Vol. That's what it was. The Strangling Wrath, they called him. And then there was Zathor. Zathor we dealt with quite. He was the Hungering Darkness, Shadow Demon. He spent time. We encountered him in trying to reach the Dark King himself, or the person bearing that coin. He was a foul, cruel person. He'd been uh, summoning up shades and shadow demons and shadowed forms of undead. We had to fight through a number of them to get into the tower, actually to get out of the tower once we dealt with the king. He was the one that was most difficult to deal with.
that's interesting. We just had to deal with some undead, and that wasn't a shadow demon, was it?
Actually, it was. Yeah.
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 Okay. In Bilgewater.
Oh, that means I was assuming Zathor's in play.
I'm wondering if that means that coin is there, or if Wraith has it.
Typically, those that are bound to the coin, and he points to you, like they really can't venture far from the person they're bound to, if they can do anything at all. Some seem to stay more hidden, insubstantial, more of a person that communicates. Some can manifest and grant powers. Some can physically overtake their host and do terrible things in their monstrous forms. The werewolf was one, Trexiarch is another.
Okay.
Werewolves.
I'm wondering if Trexor has one.
I wouldn't know. Lucas looks at you.
We know the Wraith has Zathor.
Yeah.
We also
He-
encountered Cisbornal.
I don't know that one. Sounds fey though. Plant bit, plant parts. I would assume some sort of dark fey. Yes, that's never good. We did not encounter that one. Luckily, I guess.
Trexiarch was also the wielder of the Soul Render.
I understand he was the one responsible for striking down the prince.
Of which his soul was split into various pieces. And I have one bit of that, and Wraith has another. So
Let me just see if he. That is something I have not heard of specifically. I don't believe there's anyone of that nature that I've met before.
you've not encountered anything from the Shattered Soul phenomena?
I don't think so. I've vaguely heard of it, but never encountered one specifically. It's understand. As much as I try, keeping track of things for over 200 years is a little difficult.
I can
Hard to
imagine.
pick and choose what you keep a hold of mentally. Well,
Is there
I
any way?
wonder. Go ahead.
I was going to say, is there any way you can direct us to get information as to how to break the bindings?
I would say that there are others who've studied this. I'm sure there are others within the colleges that have studied the book in the past. Maybe delved into its secrets enough, but not the degree that Master Carlton has. Potentially, maybe Carlton's notes himself may have something. Not bring those with me, but I could either have them sent here, or if you can find your way to Noel Caroon, I could arrange some uh, time to peruse those notes.
If that's possible, yeah.
Which would you prefer?
I would certainly like to go back to an old Karoon.
It's a wonderful place, obviously. Well, I think that could possibly be arranged. Um, looks over a number all the rest of you. Is there anything? Is there? When would you like to do this?
I believe we're waiting. There's something happening in a couple of days, so then about 3 days, I'd say.
At this point, we did 2 more days. Yeah, before the Crimson Hunt's supposed to arrive.
We're waiting for the Crimson Hunt, but yeah, after they arrive.
All right. If you just wish to peruse the materials, I can definitely send them along. And then if you want to arrange for travel or a transport in some way to your home, then we can do that as well.
if I could possibly get to an Ulcaroon and I could attune to the teleportation circle, or a teleportation circle.
Hmm. Well, let's see. Based on what you're doing, based on what I've heard, at least little I've heard, he gestures over to Professor Professor there. Um, that is possible. Again, and you realizes that I can arrange that. Um, and one thing, Lucas, is you realize you don't know what college Excelvion is from. I mean,
Right.
most of the master bards are fairly obvious. Um, and you've heard of this guy, of course, because you're in the college that his husband runs. So it, but you've never been able to learn, or never, and no one's ever said what college this guy runs.
Ask him.
Oh yeah, I will ask him.
Okay. Oh, hmm, it's a little bit more. I don't run a college. Not really. I have proteges. I have people that I train. But as all the colleges have their headquarters there, the taverns of the College of Swords with their little arena, I don't actually run a specific institution of that nature. My responsibilities are to the Raj himself, the Raj himself. And you know, Raj Ilman the Fourth is the person in charge of an old Karoon. Um, uh, give me an insight check there, Lucas. See what you read between the lines. Okay. Uh, you're not sure exactly, but I mean, obviously he's doing a bit of dancing around the subject anyway, but you kind of piece together that if he's working for the Raj, he's probably like some sort of a spy master or something. He's giving information. And you know, there is one specialty within the bards that lends themselves very well to that aspect there, and that's the College of Whispers.
I don't know how much do you know about the, these people trying to raise the Dark King?
I can't say that I know a lot. Uh, I it's sort of out of the adventuring game. We've been keeping tabs and hearing rumblings of what's going on, but as far as I know, there's not really a concerted effort, at least in. Uh, I think that what you're uncovering is probably the most that anyone's known. I've heard a bit of this, and it sounds like there's a few key players, and there may be someone in for. I wouldn't say commanding them, but at least assisting them in some way. But the problem we found with the Dark King and his associates is they don't. They have their obvious ones, and then there's not obvious ones. I couldn't say for sure.
We believe that they know the location of the skull, the Dark King.
Hmm. I purposely don't know where that is. Like, like I know who took it, but I don't know where I never looked into or gained the knowledge of where they put it.
Plausible deniability.
Effectively, um, like you get the impression, obviously, that he's very much intentionally not knowing where it is. It was an agreement of a group that those that would safeguard it would keep it secret and keep it safe. So I assume, yeah, I know who did take it, but not where they went with it. Though I have my suspicions. I can neither confirm or deny its location.
Oh, that's okay.
I told Dragonkin was quite interesting. Don't often see Dragonkin who are priests of the Raven Queen. Is there anything else you wish to discuss, or I can, when you're ready, I can make arrangements for your transport there, or I can have
Mm,
things sent to you sooner than that.
I would like to ask you a question.
Of
Um,
course.
do you have any books about the Raven Queen here,
Are you asking the bard, or are you asking the professor?
Professor?
You know there's plenty.
Okay,
Yeah, you spend time in the library. You know there's lots. It's that's one of the major religions of the world. So there's definitely whole volumes in the religious section. Um, so yes, you absolutely know that there are some you can look into if you want to go into the specifics.
definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
I would ask the rest of the group, I mean, what do you think? Do we get the notes sent as soon as possible, or wait to go to an Orca room?
Whatever you think.
Well, upon my return, I will take Master Cawthon's notes from his from. We've kept his belongings uh, secured. I will take whatever notes he has and have them sent here. Um, Other than that, if you wish to peruse any other information from the archives and such, you do that. We can arrange for that that time when you have convenient when the time is more convenient. It sounds like
Yeah,
we have
that's
a
good.
bit of a pressing engagement coming here. So yes,
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
all right then. I will. I will be in touch. I will. And he looks kind of over each of you. I will see also that is anything any of you need or wish to find out. I don't know that I spent much time among the tabaxi of the Dragonkin, other than the ones that I've come across within the city themselves. Um, and he looks at Torben there. Hmm, uh, are you from Scarlos or from someplace more local?
Scarlos.
Hmm, very good.
Didn't
That's
like it there much.
hmm, it has its ups and downs.
Mostly downs.
Hmm, depends on where you're at or what your situation is. Obviously, there are those who have a more difficult time or have uh, less freedoms than others.
I can assure you it was one of those.
Ah, yes. Well, it's good that you're in some place much better now. Then, well, it's good to find a place.
It's all about the people.
Exactly. Finding my home was a long process. So
I have a home now.
good, good. Uh, Looking over Amethyst and Drakul and not Drakul and Sora there. Is there anything you wish to say before he goes?
I'll probably think of all mine after he's gone.
Okay.
I do want to give Torben a bit of a hug though.
Of course.
He'd return it, like kind of like to the side, not like a side hug, but just not really looking,
Yeah.
and then fully
Yeah.
looking,
Sort of.
right? You know what I mean? That kind of thing while you're still talking.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay. So are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'll tell you.
Okay. No worries. All right then. So he will essentially thank you. Does um kind of looks over at Janan and wonderful to see you again. Hopefully not too long this time. Tell your husband that I'm still waiting on those little toys he was going to make. I have a few people to hand those out to. Like,
I have toys,
oh,
and he'll bring out the horse and the dog.
those are very, very nice.
Yes, I like them very, very much. Watch, and then I'll get on the knee on my knees, and then like start winding, not even winding them up, just set them down. Like, watch, they will play together when you can combine them. I didn't know they did this until this morning when I was writing.
Hmm. He just sort of like kind of watches and smiles and there's just sort of a weird um
Oh, right, the books. Is the limit still 5?
uh, yes.
Okay, and then I'll just go, and he'll go, leave the toys, forget them, come back and grab them. Sorry, and then go check out, go the religious section.
Sure. Yeah. Not hard to find books on
Yeah,
comparative
he knows where
religions
it
and then
is. He
specifically, yeah.
knows where it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows.
You turn in some books, get some other ones. Yep. Lost your camera there, buddy.
Arg. Yeah, I keep getting these like little connection pop-ups come happen.
Gotcha.
I'm back.
There we go. We're good. Yes.
Happens again. Let me know.
Okay. So with that, he's essentially you will notice that he does various points in the conversation sort of trail off. It's sort of um, you sort of like almost as if you listen to something, or you just sort of like gets lost in thought a little bit there, and it sorts of dawned on you, at least a couple of you, that this guy is probably about 300 years old, which for high elves is getting up there. It's definitely in their elder years. They live to about 400 or 500 years old typically. Some will live longer, but he's definitely somewhat elderly for an elf. So, and while he does physically doesn't show much of the age, you realize that some of those trail offs there might be sort of a little bit of the age showing. Um, uh, so, if there's nothing else, then Janan, very nice to see you again. We'll be in touch. I will send those notes, and when we can arrange a visit, do so. And looks at Janan and kind of nods and says, "I'll make the I'll get I'll get the approvals in place." And with that, as Torben's already run out to go get some books, he will he will go ahead and head out himself.
And now enamored by a new toy that he just discovered, a chest that eats things apparently.
And Jeanette just sort of looks like, really? Right here? Right here? Okay. Well, not gonna, I know stranger pets out there that's just, a little messy.
Yes, Janan wouldn't even let me keep a dog in the Lyceum.
He's not kind of pet. He came from a dear friend. Promised I'd take care of him.
Well, it's always good to make sure that, things are fed and taken care of. So especially those, because if they don't get fed and taken care of, they tend to kill things. So, um, good thing, I'm keeping on top of it. So I think, is there anything else you need from me? Any other information you need imparted or passed on?
Do you know where we need to go to find out information on how Trevor's doing?
Well, I mean, as I understand it, he's been um, he's with the I would assume with the military, either the Rangers or the military in general. They have their own courts and such. So it would basically, if he's still here in Port Oris, it's over in the High Quarter, and you know that to be kind of up over. Well, this is the keep where the Duke and Duchess live. And then down here is where some of the military barracks are. That you actually went there one time when he was looking for information about his brother originally.
Mhm.
The Rangers headquarters there. There's a number of barracks for various military outposts. Essentially, you have some naval shipyards or some naval barracks down here, and they sort of the Army and Rangers up here in that section. So, just sort of like watching Torben and Sora playing along with the little mimic as it sort of like open up there and just stuff food into it and
Just asking for
Breakfast
trouble,
scraps.
basically.
yeah, pretty much.
I ran out of breakfast scraps. I'll probably start pulling out some rations and feeding him some rations.
Oh yeah, it's like anything food like it will definitely eat, um, living or not.
People are food like. Just saying.
Exactly. Well, it's not big enough to really eat a person, and so
Yeah.
not yet.
You said that he belonged to someone. Was that the Trevor that you all speak so fondly of?
Yeah.
I didn't like him. And then I walk away. No, he's kidding.
Dora
but,
will
like,
jaw drop and spin to look at you as you're walking away. It's
you said-
okay, Chesty. I still like you.
No, Chesty. I love Chesty. I was talking about the one with the gun
Trevor.
that shoots into people. Yeah, that one.
So,
He barely spoke to me.
probably to be fair,
I
you're
don't
not
know
really
what-
noticed by many people unless you actually make
No.
yourself known.
Not.
So, and Trevor almost never came to the library. He always stayed away.
No, he
Oh.
never would have. He's seen him briefly as he was leaving. That's it. That's all he really ever met him.
Yeah.
Thank God, 'cause I didn't have to have that conversation.
Uh-huh.
What am I?
So, I would say, Amethyst, I know that you've been sending messages on occasion, and I will say at this point that, some point between your last conversation was basically still waiting, and now you can't contact him.
Him? Wraith?
No, Trevor.
Oh, Trevor. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Not surprising. I mean, it's not like prisoners can. I mean, if he has been sentenced and is off someplace now, it's likely that they can't just be contacted through sendings and everything else like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd like to find out what was decided, though. You know,
Okay.
how long and stuff.
Okay. So do you want to head over to the military barracks or the military courts or whatever?
Is that okay with everybody else if we just go and find out what Trevor's fate was?
If you want, yeah.
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay. So leaving the Lyceum, you're able to head over to here. You ask around a bit, and you'll find out that it's not something you can easily just find out. Kind of the first person you talk to is just sort of like, no, we don't tell people that. That's sort of military business only kind of thing like that. So you kind of shuffled around from one person to person, and eventually you get to someone who seems like you think, at least based on what you've little bit you find out, that might know, and they're not really willing to divulge any information unless you potentially have something you want to do to change that.
Yep, I do.
Okay. What would you like? Okay.
No, I don't.
He does nothing.
So you essentially sort of like, I will say this. He is somewhat intimidated by it at first. But then
How
it's just
about
sort of
now?
like, I mean, well, I mean, so what are you saying to this guy other than just making a roll? Like,
Say it more.
how are you intimidating him? What are you saying or doing?
He was our family. We just want to know what happened. We were the people responsible for handing him to you guys. So we deserve to know the fate of our friend
No, our brother.
and brother.
Okay, so as I said, with initially Sora's intimidation, he sort of like backs up a little bit, then realizes he's in the middle military barracks there. There's guards all over the place there, and he's sort of like, well, I'm not going to tell you anything like that. That's no way. And then Amethyst sort of like pressing in out there. It's just like, hmm. And sort of
I'll read his
kind of
thoughts if I
glances
have
around.
to.
What's that?
I'll read his thoughts if I have to.
Well, I mean, you can.
Okay.
If you're just doing surface thoughts, he's not going to notice because you have it once per day for free with no visible. So you go ahead and you basically get the impression that well, if you're pushing deep, are you pushing? Because if you push into his thought, he's going to know. Just reading his surface thoughts, he doesn't going to know.
Surface is fine for now,
Okay.
and then we'll see.
Okay. So what you'll find out is he knows what he would know. It's sort of like there is that the trial, the court appearance essentially was 2 days ago. That he's unsure, like he's unsure of the outcome specifically. He just knows when it happened. So he's more of a clerk kind of thing of like this thing happened. So at least in the service out there, he's just sort of like, yes, it happened 2 days ago. It's over and done with. It's kind of the thought that's running through his head at least on the surface.
Right. Well, if he doesn't know, then there's no
with
point pressing.
With the intimidation and the surface thoughts there is like, I could look it up. I don't want to. They have no authority to be here. They've got no military or royal authority to look into this. My job to keep these people from delving into our records and everything else. And so it's basically a glorified clerk. However, with the intimidation and the fact that you're all there, or I assume at least Sora and Amethyst are there.
I would have followed.
I think we're all
Yeah,
here.
we're all there.
Yeah, we're there.
Okay. In that case, I mean, seeing the motley group there, knowing what adventurers look like, he's just a moment, and kind of like goes through goes back to a filing cabinet, and pulls out a file, sets it down. Doesn't like show it to you, but starts leafing through papers there. And with this, he's just sort of like this, since it's a minute duration on that thing there, he's just sort of like, people just think they can do whatever they want. That's why these things happen in the first place. Special assignment people, yeah, they think they're above the law and everything else. They're not. And he eventually comes back to, fine, yeah, and settles on that. As the spell starts to fade there, sentenced to 6 months, military prison. And let me see if he, yeah, everything seems to be in order here at least. He's should be either been in transit or being there soon. And since he's been sentenced there, and all contact has been severed.
All right. I think we've got what we needed.
Good. Well, for what it's worth, I'm sorry this person's a friend of yours. It's never good when someone has to be put away.
No, he made a mistake. He's not a bad person.
I hear that a lot.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, you totally are above the law. Bye.
Funny, Trevor thought that too. Look where he went. Ironic, right there.
Yep.
Let's go.
So you guys head on out there and yes, whichever's um at least you know what things are going there. Okay. So effectively, since you didn't pick him up and put him away, it's a the thing about Chesty is they're very, very slow. Mimics can hit 15 feet a turn. It's like half your speed. So it sort of trails behind you a little bit there, then kind of like as you stop there. Yes, mimics can actually form legs and walk. So the little chest has little feet, and it looks. We'll just say, just for the comic sake, there, it turns sideways, and it ends up looking like those power droids from Star Wars, the little boxes with feet that sort of like shuffle along.
Yes.
It turns like sideways, so so it's kind of that shape there, and the little feet sort of like stump along there behind you. So I mean, it's yay big chest size there, and now this facing long ways there with little feet there, just kind of like shuffling along behind you, and every time you stop, it catches up. People do start to take notice as you're walking on the street with this little walking chest following you. No one seems alarmed, just odd.
Good. I love
I mean,
Chesty.
there's literally like ornithopters and flying brooms and carpets and airships up in the sky. So a chest with feet isn't that out of place in something like this. Anything else here in Port
Wait till it
Orth?
casts fly on him.
What kind of mimic
The
that can fly?
flying mimic.
That's terrifying.
Apart from popping in on Mabel, I don't have any other plans.
Okay. I would say that at some point there, walking along, you'll hear a squeak and turn to see Chesty has grabbed a pigeon.
Damn it, Sora, put him back in your pocket. Before he
Why?
murders
Why
a
is he
small
doing that?
child or something. It's only a child by the side of the road's going to get its feet bit off or something. Just put it away.
Chesty would never bite a
How
human.
about if I just pick him up and carry him? Because he's too cute.
Okay.
So
That
when
works.
you
Okay.
do, the feet kind of retract back into the chest as it doesn't walk anymore, and so it just sort of like, eh, pull. And a couple minutes later, hungry. Feed me. Has a little voice
Keep
in your
feeding
head,
him.
Sora. Yep.
I'm not used to
Yeah.
that. I'll keep feeding him some rations, little pieces at a time.
Yeah, because the juvenile mimics are telepathic, and so essentially it informs you when he's hungry, which is fairly often. So you can kind of just toss him a little ration there. I mean, he will quiet down and kind of. He does tend to be quiet and effectively sleep a lot. So, so heading back over there, talking to Mabel. Obviously, Mabel's uh, is understandably saddened by everything, by what's happened there. Angry about the fact that someone did this, and obviously was as premeditated as it was. Um, let's see here. Ironhar takes from his pack, pulls out you recognize it as a spell plate, and just says, "Not sure, not sure how useful this will be, but I think might help you out some point here. You can fix it to something for you." And he hands you a spell plate that is uh, a scorching ray spell.
Nice. Thank you.
I um one of my old ones here. He hands it off to you, and you can see he has a hand crossbow that's magical and a hand crossbow that's Manatech. Um, and he's like, I can only have one per weapon, and so this one's one of my old ones here. So take it and maybe burn the bastard at some point.
I intend to.
Good.
He'll definitely pay.
And we'll make sure if anything shows up here, that they're dealt with and not going to cause any problems for the three of us.
And please know that we can, most of the time, we can get here almost immediately if you do need us. So,
Good to hear. Good to hear.
yeah.
And Mabel just like, thanks you. And I wish that under better circumstances we can have a little more of a celebration that isn't touched with this level of anger and sadness.
There'll be time for celebration when Wraith's dead.
Exactly. Well, and a round of drinks does come along there, and this actually, if you're all still together, Lucas, this is the first time you've actually been in here officially. I don't think Lucas has ever actually stepped foot in the Double Tankard before.
I have, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
With a date to the Landra.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. So, in that case, it's at least the first time speaking with the three of these folks here. So good to meet all of them again. It's the two dwarves and a half elf, and definitely seem again the high table set up there where you're able to kind of talk there. A round of drinks does come for all of you, and they kind of toast to Addie, and you all take your drinks there. And Torben, do you after your last experience here, do you take a drink or you?
Oh yeah, he's never been hungover before. As long as he knows, it's the best thing ever.
Okay,
He just gets like 7 drinks and
that's
just runs
right.
them all.
That's right.
He didn't get hungover. He doesn't know.
Sora did lay on hands to cure the poison.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I did. Yep, sure
that's
did.
right. So no problem then. So yeah, you just yep. So after a little bit of time there, you're able to kind of collect your thoughts in your gear and everything else, and able to move on and head back to Port or back to Ravenscrest if you're up for that.
I want to stop in at the academy
Oh, of course, yeah.
and see how long it would take to do resilient, basically.
To do what?
Learn the resilient feat.
Essentially, what they'll do is kind of teach you some techniques to build up your resistance to things. Which resilience are you going for?
Like Constitution.
Okay. In that case, it's a whole lot of like, okay, so here's what you do. You get beat up. You drink poison. You do like, and effectively it's a whole like regimen of exercises that toughen you up essentially. Things that like get knocked down and then get up again and then have a drink and then,
Never going to keep him down.
Exactly.
Too.
I know. But yeah, essentially it is a whole set of exercises and techniques and things you can do to build up your resilience. And it's something that's going to happen overnight. It will take some time, but you definitely, between what they show you and what they kind of a regimen of exercises and things to do, you'll definitely be able to kind of build that up and get that set up there at some point. Anyone else want to any techniques or anything else?
Practice on my shield bashing thing.
Okay. Yeah. You'll find that there's a few different shield-based fighters there that do tend to have a similar style. kind of the idea of. In fact, there's actually one guy. I'll just say it because it's hilarious. There, one guy who fights with two shields. Like he just like,
What?
bash. Like
That's
the
the
dude
dude
just
I want to talk
yeah,
to.
the dude will
Yep.
just turtles up and just holds these two shields in front of him there, and essentially just like nothing gets through this guy's guard. He just keeps and he just like punches with the shields. They're just bashing and bashing. It's almost like he's boxing with shields on his arms. Is the technique he's had to does. So you definitely pick up a few pointers there and ways of not only making the attack but increasing your defense a little bit and ways of kind of slinging and using the shields. They kind of make it easier to get them ready, get them into position and such. So between that and your training you've had with Duncorn and Gethranosh, you can definitely get closer to the Shield Basher feat. Torben and Amethyst, anything specifically?
I don't even know. I don't even know what I can.
Well, okay. No problem. I mean, like I said, you see people literally working on essentially spell swords, essentially, that are using magic while fighting, that are kind of like using magic to like casting at like dummies, essentially, and just better enhance aiming techniques and that kind of thing like that. So if there's any other feats or things that you want to think about down the road, doesn't happen right away, but just some ideas you can look into at some point. And Torben, anything specific?
No, not at the moment.
Okay,
I'm gonna have
great.
Sora. I'm gonna call Sora over to see if she can knock me down with her shield or not.
Oh yeah.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Okay.
I will gently hit him.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if I can. No, wait. Can I dodge?
I mean, you can take the dodge action, which basically lets you impose disadvantage.
Yeah, I'll try to dodge
Okay.
out of the way.
Go ahead and make an attack roll with disadvantage. See if you manage to hit him. Okay.
Not with my cloud strike, but yeah.
I mean, it's the same attack. Effectively, the same attack bonus there. Just 20 still hits you right there, Torben.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you kind of like get out of the way there, and she sort of like fakes with the hammer. You're like, "Ooh, the hammer!" And then, bap! The shield just like hits you and just knocks you on your butt like 5 feet back. like,
You'll
oh,
actually see him for the first time because his teeth are usually fairly just normal, straight.
Mhm.
But he'll hiss at Sora almost for a split second. You'll see like anger, and then he'll realize it, and then he'll revert back, and he'll be like, "Oh wait, no, this is for fun." He's like, "Ow, oh, don't do that again." Almost yeah.
Yep. Go ahead and give me insight checks. Those of you who are, both Amethyst and Sora. Did we lose somebody
Okay.
there? Oh, we lost Amethyst. Oops.
Insight check, you said?
Yeah, insight.
On a normal roll?
Yeah. And you, Torben. This is you to see. Okay. Sora, you kind of like reached out and help him up off his feet there. Kind of surprised you were able to. I mean, not surprised you were able to hit him, but I mean, surprised that he kind of flew back a little bit there. And with this, you definitely see that the fact that there's a physical change along with a little bit of demeanor as well. That it quickly goes back into like the a bit more shy person you normally are expect to see. I mean, he's obviously trained in combat. It's just that there's a little bit of a shift there. Let's just say.
Pardon the pun.
I see what you did there.
Yep. Yeah.
I just realized that's the closest I've came to having to fight somebody with you guys.
What just happened?
She hit me with her shield.
Yeah, but what happened to you though?
What do you mean?
You went all strange.
Well, yeah, because she hit me with a shield. I don't know if you've seen that.
You hissed at.
I did not.
You hissed. I told
What, like you hissing or like?
I think that was Chesty.
I don't think it was.
No,
Give me a
Chesty's over there against
give me
the
a
wall.
deception check there, Torben.
I am very bad at those.
Yes, I know.
Trying to beat my 25 insight check.
Yeah. I mean, you see through it there. And if you want to press it, you can. But it's just sort of like he obviously does not want to get into it.
Okay.
Your passive insight is high enough to know that as well. It's like he doesn't want to
hmm
get into that especially.
He's going to take his foot off for the first time.
Hmm?
He's going to take his foot off for the first time.
Okay. So you see kind of the somewhat. Yeah, go ahead.
What you'll see is dark circles around his eyes, almost like a mascara, almost as a mask. Silver and gray hair. You've seen the silver and black hair. You've seen the black, maybe not so much the silver, because it's on the other side, usually covered up by the hood that he normally does wear, or maybe if you had seen him without it, you hadn't really noticed. Very, very now pointy teeth that are prevalent. Pointy ears, the ears you've definitely never seen. And
kind of swept back.
little, almost like which you've definitely never noticed, almost like mutton chops, almost going down the side, really long sideburns, not bushy, and then yeah.
Yep. And with this, I mean, there's definitely a bit more animal characteristics there. Not obviously not as much as there isn't like fur and the markings of a tabaxi, but there's definitely some um maybe a species of animal you're not used to seeing, at least in your part of the world. But there's definitely some animalistic characteristics there, for a moment.
Okay. Interesting. He didn't smell like an animal though, does he?
I mean, not really, no.
Okay.
Said I was an animal. I am not an animal.
Well, he was amethyst.
But the point is, you have teeth like ours. I have to teach you how to brush.
I very much know how to brush. Janae and Jade
I want to inspect his teeth to see if they're as shiny as mine and
they are going to
amethyst
be
is.
even whiter.
Lucas has handed a bucket. He's like, oh, whatever they gave him.
Poor Lucas.
Oh no, what have I done?
Do you want me to hand you a shield?
Right then. So you're able to wrap things up there. Are anything else you want to do in Port Oris before heading back to Raven's Crest? I mean, it's taken most of the day to go through all this here, so it's kind of the this point it is day after the funeral. You had pretty much. It's getting to be probably around dinner time, I would say.
Take up Chesty, feed him some dinner, and put him away.
Okay. So I guess are you staying in Port Oris for dinner time? Or going to head back to Raven's Crest. I mean, Lucas, you have the spell slot to make the jump anytime you want.
Yeah, if he has the spell slot, I think we should go back.
We never did go back to the cemetery, did we? We were going to do that during the daytime.
Yep.
I was hoping you all would forget about that.
Perhaps we should do that before we go back.
There's still still daylight left
daytime.
there. Yeah, it's still. I mean, it's during dinner time, so it's. I mean, the sun's starting to go down, but it's not. It's not going to go down for another hour or two.
Yes, if we're going to go there,
We can go.
I don't like
Just to make sure there's nothing being left there or anything.
Yep.
Or a certain somebody hasn't gone back there.
Okay. When you arrive, we'll just cut to there, and we're going to go on a break here. There, you will see the place has been somewhat cleaned up. There's obviously evidence that people have been there. There's not guard posted or anything else like that, but I mean it's quiet. It's obviously people are taking care of the place. Even though it is spring and plants are starting to grow there, there's no weeds growing up on any of the plots or anything else like that. There's no the ivy and vines that aren't going out of control or anything. So someone's obviously been taking care of the place. Um, when you check around, do you want to try to go into the main building, or you want to just try to check around the place, or just see what's the plan there?
I think we should check inside, definitely, just to make sure.
The doors are locked. That doesn't mean anything if you want to get by them.
Well, we know that we can all teleport a short distance anyway,
Sure.
so
I mean, Torben, if you want, Torben, you can check
I
the.
can.
It is not trapped or anything else that, but I mean, there's definitely a lock on the door. There's on any of the mausoleum type things that there are locks or like essentially padlock and chains in
Are we
place there.
are we going in, Amethyst?
I'd just like to make sure that everything's
Okay.
secure
And then
and there's
as
no
she's still
danger
talking,
here.
I would just unlock it immediately.
Yeah, I mean,
Within
I
seconds.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna make you roll for it.
Yeah.
It's not a high like super high security lock. Um, it just takes you a second or two. Roll to see how fast you do it.
Sure.
We'll just call it that.
But don't break the lock so we can lock it back up
Yeah.
after.
I don't think that's
Can
going to
help
be a
it.
problem, Amethyst. Don't worry.
Yeah.
You're just-
Yeah.
Wow.
As you're just like,
Come on.
yeah, essentially, like he's like, it's not he's not looking at you as he says it's not going to take very long. It's already like click, and opens the door right up there. When you get inside, you will see that the place has obviously been cleaned up. There's the the any signs of a struggle that you had in here is cleaned up. Any furniture has been righted. You check the desk; it's empty. You check downstairs, and you to where you thought there, and the chambers that there are empty as well. One thing you will note is there was a chamber that had a coffin in it. The coffin is gone.
Okay.
It is not is no
Of
longer
course it
there.
is. Of course.
hmm
In one of the mausoleums, kind of next to the building there was a spot where you had obviously seen blood and shackles, and that it seemed that someone was like held there. It is cleaned up. It is no real trace of anything there anymore, and there is no coffin there either.
All right.
Do I see?
From
Can I make an investigation check to see if I see any drag marks or anything?
I'll just give it to you. There are no drag marks.
Hmm.
I mean, there are signs. Investigation. I mean, there are signs this place has been cleaned up. Obviously, there are some scrub marks on some things here. There's some traces of maybe some lye soap or something else in various places that things have been cleaned. Who's ever taking care of this place at this moment here? They don't seem to be on site, but there's definitely signs that things have been cleaned up around the area. It is quiet and still, and no one is here.
Is it just me, or does it seem odd that this is precisely cleaned up and that it's this quiet around here?
It is a graveyard. They don't tend to be happy, bustling places.
She's obviously been back to get the coffin. But I don't think there's anything suspicious with it being cleaned up and stuff. Just
Perhaps we should wait around for maybe hide. Maybe I'll stay behind for an hour. Maybe I won't be
I
seen.
don't think we need to. I just wanted
Um,
to make sure there was nothing here. If there was a coffin still here, I would have wanted to have a look inside to see if she was here, but it's gone, so she's gone somewhere else.
it wouldn't hurt for me to stay behind for an hour or so and rejoin you in a little bit.
I don't think
I'm
there's any
not
point.
separating myself. If you don't think there's a point, then I won't. But I'm telling you, something doesn't seem quite right. But okay.
We don't split the party.
Yeah, Sora, we don't.
No, we don't.
Yep, nope. Sora learned that. We don't split the party.
No. Um.
Jim,
So yeah. Good.
I was gonna say, did the coffin stand out in any way? Was it just an ordinary one, or was it ornate?
One of them was fairly standard, and one of them that you saw before originally was somewhat fancy. Um, I mean, they both had sort of a lining inside, so it wasn't just like a bare like slab of wood or anything else like that. The fancier one had more of a like cushions almost, like a cushioned interior. Like I said, it wasn't like covered in like scroll work or anything else. That it was a fairly plain looking thing, but the inside was a bit plush, and then the other one had a lining inside of it. Um, so I mean, the two you had seen previously, um, they weren't just a plain pine box. I will say that, and they are both gone.
Is there anywhere in the vicinity someone has locate object? You could use that.
I could, but it only goes to 1,000 yards.
That would tell you if it's still in this area.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I'll get it up.
Okay, you guys looking for the coffin.
Yeah.
Okay, you do not detect it in the area. You kind of move around the graveyard there and get a pretty thorough search to the point where you definitely don't sense it in anywhere near this area at all.
All right. That's all we needed to know, really. Just wanted to make sure she's not here again.
Okay, yeah, doesn't seem to be. There's other than the fact that the place has been cleaned up. There's no sign that anyone's been here. I mean, recently. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and take ourselves a little bit of a break here as we kind of collect our thoughts and figure out what our next steps are. So we'll be back here in just a little bit. So take care and we'll see you soon. And welcome back. The party has spent the time in the graveyard there, checking things out there, finding the place cleaned up. I will just, for the fun of it, as you go to leave the graveyard there, you will see this kind of hunched over figure walking like kind of like shuffling his way toward the gate as you are leaving there, pulling a little like wagon, like a wagon behind him with all kind of tools sticking off of it. Um, as you're leaving there, uh, obviously, I mean the tools sticking off are like shovels and rakes and clippers and whatever thing like that. They're obviously kind of sticking out at odd angles from this thing there, and he's sort of like walking along. I mean, he doesn't seem to notice you. He's on his way toward the cemetery, obviously. So when you see this person,
Assuming he's a caretaker, of course.
it looks it's a safe assumption based on the tools and this guy walking toward the place.
Anybody want to talk to him, or should we let him do his apparent job?
I think he's just cleaning up and keeping the place tidy. You know.
Sora, as you divine sense there, does not appear undead. You don't catch any undead from the graveyard itself, specifically. He does at one point. He will stop and like at the big old like wrought iron like the stone like a stone wall on top with a real wrought iron like top like fencing on top of it there, and he does stop and kind of like pull out of some clippers there and some clip away some like overgrown like vines that are growing over the top of it there. He just clips it up there and kind of shoves it aside and doesn't seem to notice you if you so have you looked over in your direction. So
He doesn't even ping, not just the cemetery, but him too.
correct, yeah, yeah. You do not sense undead from this guy. Or anything else you would sense from your divine sense.
Okay. I'm gonna walk by him and ask him if he knows what happened to the coffins that were inside.
Hello there. Coffins inside. The only coffins I know of really are the ones that would be in the mausoleums themselves or in the crypts. But no, I I've been directed by the city to come and keep the place clean and as such until a some new caretaker would come along and take management of the place. As I understand it, the former one has left the city, or something, I don't know.
Yeah, he left the city.
Ah,
He
well,
had to go and be somewhere else.
I mean, looks up at there's the Montgomery name on the roof there.
I know the family has been here for generations, taking care of this place here, so uh, hopefully someone will come along, but the name should stay. This is a fixture of, for the city, and I think that we shouldn't lose our sake of history and such.
No, you're very right.
I guess it depends who comes in his place.
Good evening to you, and I hope that anything you saw inside there was a peaceful encounter and not anything strange or unsettling.
Yep, it was all good. All nice and peaceful and quiet and calm.
Good.
Do you need any help getting this heavy wagon up to the
No, no,
top there?
I everything is all perfectly balanced and set for me to pull. It's all very painstakingly placed.
It's not. It's like sticking out at odd angles. It's like, nothing's fallen off of it at least, but it's just like okay.
I like your shovel.
Ah, it is quite a fine piece. I've had it for 24 years now, and it's
I'm
you
done
can also
talking to you now, but thank you. And then I walk away.
Sure.
Yep.
He's sort of
uh, uh, then.
He's
then
a
just
polite. He wasn't rude. He was polite. He just no.
yeah,
He didn't
Why
really
were
hurt.
you when Eldon was talking?
exactly. So He just kind of like, oh, all right then, and just takes up the handle of this little wagon thing there, and just goes like shuffling his way back into the gates, seemingly unconcerned that he's out heading into a graveyard at night.
I don't like it much.
Probably doesn't know that the last guy that was here was a necromancer and there was a vampire staying here with him.
Yep.
That's probably
Awesome.
a need to know basis thing. So
Sure.
Vampire and necromancer in this graveyard.
yeah, oh yeah, that's what we're
It
looking for.
was in this graveyard.
Yeah, that's why we wanted to come and look. We were making sure they weren't back.
You brought me into a graveyard looking for a necromancer and a vampire.
Yeah, to try and keep people safe. If they were here, we'd have to get rid of them.
But if then we wouldn't be safe though. So it
Wrong button. Sorry, Jim.
Okay, no worries. Too bad. It was a great
We were a lot,
roll.
we were a lot
I
safer
know,
than
right?
Joe Public. So
I guess this is an adventurer's life.
indeed.
This is the role I meant to make. Do I know anything about the Montgomerys?
I mean, I would say you're not from Port Oris, at least.
Right,
What
right.
little, I mean, essentially, their names on the on the gates there. You assume based on that, and maybe an older family that set this place up there. And yes, yeah, Montgomery, Ormond Montgomery was the former person taking care of the place.
The necromancer, the
Yes.
vampire friend. Yeah,
Right, right. But like he
Yeah.
said that the family had been here for a number of years and it had been a
Yeah.
staple in the community.
Well, just that they'd run this cemetery essentially. So, based on that, and based on your role there, I would say that you would they didn't have any sort of infamy or anything else, or any like place in the historical record of that you would pick up on.
That's what I was
You're
looking
fairly
for.
certain
Thank
that
you.
they didn't have like some dark past that you would know about, and you roll well, so pretty sure that there's nothing really strange about them as far as you know. All right then. So, anything else you want to do here?
Right. Let's go.
Okay. You're able to get back to the Lyceum. Um, or actually, at any point there, Lucas, do you want to do? So you need to use a spell slot to get here. Do you have another 5th level slot? Or do you? Or do you need a long rest first?
Yeah, I've only got one, so yeah.
Okay.
A long rest.
So, all right. So you guys essentially, I mean, it's not hard to just find a spot to rest. I mean, you can just kind of sit down. I mean, you could rest at the Tumble Tankard if you wanted to, essentially. So, so later this evening, essentially, like sometime after midnight or so, you're able to hop back if you want to do that, or you can and then spend the night here. Up to you.
and the. Oh, I guess we could spend the night in the cemetery.
We could
But-
not.
Not
No.
the cemetery, in
No.
the city.
You have the whole city right here. You don't have to spend the night in the cemetery.
Why?
I guess.
Let's go to the Tumble Tankard and get a
Yeah.
room.
Okay, so you have the copperhead then. Okay. All right then. In that case, yeah, you're able to spend the night there. It's not hard to get. Rooms are not hard for you to get here. There's a little bit less availability. There seems to be a little bit more going on now that it's spring, but it's not hard to get a couple of rooms. The copperhead is a pretty large inn. So, the night. Is there anything you want to do for the evening?
Well, Lucas will obviously go around and spend the night with Elindra.
Okay. Hey, she's as usual happy to see you. In fact, a bit of a surprise that you're here, but it's not hard to a little bit. You hadn't stopped in earlier, so yeah. So you stop in. She's happy to see you, and although you've been kind of popping back and forth anyway, so pretty much having to come here at least do enough to consider a long rest before you can go back again. So, right. So the evening will pass uneventfully unless there's anything else you wish to do in terms of checking things out or spying on people or I say, looking at Amethyst.
Spying on people.
Yeah, minds you intrusively want to be in, that kind of thing.
I thought, the priestess that's with Wraith,
Mm-hmm.
or even Trexa, if we could find a way to. But then, I mean, I don't have the connection that I have with Wraith
Yeah.
with anybody else,
You
and
could
I don't
send
have
to them.
scrying,
Yeah.
and so I don't really feel like at this point there's that much I can do. I'm not going to try and connect with Wraith because, quite frankly, I'm not speaking to him.
Right. I will say this. You realize that in the past here, you've just tried to make a connection. You think it's possible, at least, you could try to make a connection sneaky. Like make a subtle connection that he might not recognize. At first, he never realized you were there.
Mm-hmm.
Like the first 2 times you connected there, you were there. He didn't realize until eventually he picked up on it, and it wasn't. But for a while, you were able to connect and see through his senses there, and he didn't know.
Yeah. But the last time he
The
mentioned my
last
name,
time
which made me
the same,
realise that he not only did he feel somebody there, but he knew it was me, and he knows who I am. So that
yeah, at this point, yes,
is quite scary. I've always
yeah,
been quite scared of him, but now
yeah.
I'm terrified, and I don't want him to know that. So
Okay. Like I said, I mean, you could attempt a sneaky connection if you want. There, sort of a stealthy connection there, just to spy on him without him knowing. There was a possibility for that.
does anybody else here think that's a good idea?
It's never a good idea, but you're going to do it anyway, so I would suggest you just do it and get it over with. But
I
what do you?
think
I just don't want you to shake like you did before because that was scary and I didn't like that.
Well, he
I'm
was
not
just
scared
about to
of you.
kill Addy, so yeah.
I
I mean,
think that if you do it while we're all here to help you, it would be better than you trying to do it when we're not.
mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'll try.
Yeah. So you settle yourself back in the room. And what I'll need you to do is make me a charisma check with disadvantage. Okay.
Inspiration.
I will say this. Yes, you could do inspiration. You want to make one more roll. You just roll one time. It's
Just roll and not disadvantage.
just one more roll. Yeah, essentially. Remember, you also have a point of luck. Okay.
I do have a point of luck.
Okay. I will say this. Whichever you use, if you want to use your point of luck, you want to use your inspiration there, that will work. And so you will find you form the connection. And this time the connection's a little different. It's similar to it's similar to the one you had before, where you're seeing through his eyes, you're hearing, but there's seemingly no awareness. He's actually sitting at a table. You can kind of feel the gentle sway of being on an airship. Sitting at the table is the priestess, a goblin, kind of a um, female goblin, kind of long pointy ears in the back there. Actually, a shock of purple hair that's obviously been dyed, and a dark, dark cloaked or dark coat wearing hobgoblin. They're all sitting there. One sec. You can hear what they're speaking of, and the priestess says that she doesn't really want to go back there. And both she glances obviously looking from the point of view there. She's sitting off to the side over here, and the goblin's sitting on the other side of the table, and then Trexer is sitting off the side over here. The goblin you probably piece together as Ilsley. She's the priestess sitting there. I don't want to go back. Really, it gives me the creeps. And she obviously looks at the two goblins there, and they both the female goblin Ilsley just sort of like definitely nods.
I definitely don't want to go be back. I definitely don't want to be back in Dravier ever, if I can help it.
Trexter stays silent. Just sort of like grunts.
Well, you don't really have a choice. There are things we have to do. You check in with the old man. He has information to hand off to us. And I need to pay an old friend a visit.
And with this, there's a bit of a stirring. Like there's sort of a shadowy presence that sort of moves into view. Like there's a more like a as if the vision you're having is darkening slightly. A bit of like tendril of shadow starts to creep into view from one side there. It's almost like something is moving across, just like this, kind of moving across your view. Give me that insight check. Okay. Well then, you will pick up on a number of things. Just kind of seeing this there. Wraith, by his body motions and his voice, that you've heard a couple times now, is annoyed. Maybe with the people around him, maybe with what they have to do. Obviously, who's obviously Trexer, you can't get a read on because he's just got a coat pulled up there and just sort of like scowling. The goblin, nervous, worried about what's happening next, and the priestess there just sort of that. I would say best way to describe it there was um, frustration. Is what you pick up from her tone and her body language, everything else. The tendril of shadows and the darkening in there. It dawns on you that there is a shadowy entity attached to Wraith, and this is it sort of making its presence known, and you get sort of the sensation that it's searching. It might sense that you're there. Wraith doesn't seem to, but it does. So you can sever the connection, or you can try to listen to this more.
I'm very scared.
Those of you outside there, you will see Amethyst
Squeeze your hand.
is sort of tensed up a bit. There's no real sign of her being in distress, at least, but she's obviously tense, and you can kind of see the shift in posture, the kind of almost like she's like ducking away from something, even though you can't see anything specifically. There's a little bit of body language of her sort of like kind of like trying to hide almost.
I think I might just drop out,
Okay.
Before it,
Okay.
I don't want him to say my name again.
Okay. Nobody, he and obviously nobody there would sense you're there, but he doesn't seem to notice you're there. And when you sever the connection there, it pulls away and nothing seems to jump out at you. Nothing grabs you. You feel a little bit of a lingering coldness just from you felt it kind of before, but you are back, and nothing seemingly worse for wear.
Okay. At least we know where he's going now.
Yep.
Are you okay?
I'm okay. I'll tell him what had
Yep.
just happened. But we know where he's going now, so
Yep.
we have that.
Sora, I would say that you, based on the fact that your family does ship things and has a business that relies on this kind of thing like that, the trip, even by airship, the trip to Dravier would probably take about 2 weeks. It would have to stop a number of times, and so just the sheer distance from one point to the other, it's a couple thousand. It's about, I mean, it's effectively like traveling almost cross country. So it'll take an airship about a week and a half to 2 weeks.
Okay, I will relay 2 weeks to get there. From
Roughly,
where?
yeah.
From
Well, you know he was at Addie's cabin 4 days
right.
ago,
Okay, so
5 days
he's
ago,
got like a week and a half head start on us to get where he's going.
but you know
Yes.
where that is. Yeah.
We can do things that he can't, though.
You're not wrong.
So, unless there's anything else, the evening will pass. Next morning, you meet up. Lucas, you are refreshed enough to be able to cast. And after saying whatever goodbyes you need to and checking out of your rooms, you're able to get back to Raven's Crest. Ellie is happy to see you back there, Amethyst, because obviously it wasn't planned that you'd be gone overnight, but everything seems to be intact. Everything seems to be fine. The household is fine.
I mean, she probably would know that Lucas could only cast that once a day
Yeah,
if he's only got one. So
yeah, there is that. One thing real quick. Let me double check something real fast here.
I will fill Ellia in on what I just saw too.
Sure. She's obviously concerned, but the fact that you're able to A, spy on him without him knowing, and B, uh, yeah, be able to know where he's at, where he's headed is a good thing.
Yeah.
So Sora, Doldrus is obviously still around. She has no plans to head back until the warehouse is well under construction and everything else. And she's also obviously a bit worried the fact that the shipment that was supposed to come here didn't arrive. And for her, obviously that means that she doesn't know if the route going back and forth to Shorehaven is safe right now.
I will. We have people who are monitoring those roads, correct?
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, I will check in
You,
with the mayor
you
and
used to
find
do
out
that.
what's
Yeah.
going on. Yeah.
Okay. The mayor, so essentially, they don't have the full guard and military presence to patrol the road fully. They can say that they have patrol within like a day or two. So they go out a day, maybe a little bit further, and then come back. But they're not really set up to really go patrol the entire route yet. They are working on that, as they had told you before. Um, so once they have, they're expecting an actual like military presence, plus more city guards, plus the Crimson Hunt when they show up there, bringing some more people in. So they will be expanding their patrols. They'll go further. You do know that Shorehaven sends patrols out, but they don't usually patrol the entire route. Occasionally they do, but not like it's like they go back and forth constantly. You used to do that yourself.
I did used to do that myself. That's how I got paladin levels.
Yeah.
Is there anything pressing that we are doing right now that we can't go check this out?
Apart from going to Dravia.
Yeah.
Nothing I can think of.
I don't think we'll be able to go to Dravia, not in the middle of a goblin country.
So Dravier is the capital city of Garvon.
Yeah,
So Dravier is this city here. So he's heading there.
that's right. 'Cause it's a goblin place.
Yeah.
Sorry, wrong place. Yeah.
No worries. Yeah. It's one of the ones you would know, Lucas. It is the site of the Grand Academy. It's like the largest learning institution in the world, and currently, it is a massive like school that teaches everything, including magic. Um, it's also one of the largest cities currently in the world, being this sprawling thing on the shores of Lake Golden Boulder.
There's also a Wizards Guild there.
It's also where the Dark King took over, and
Hmm.
so
He's looking for
by
a friend there. When he says old friend, I don't know if he means an old friend or just somebody that
they
he
actually
can.
said the old man, an old
The old
friend.
man. That was it.
Yeah. Um, so I would say that based on what you know, and having a map and such like that, you would assume he's probably right about here, roughly, somewhere here. Maybe a little bit further, not quite to the coast. So he's gonna be somewhere right around, yeah, spot. So he would have gotten about this far so far, assuming he's traveling south toward Ravier.
And that blue dot that's sitting out here, that's Shorehaven, right?
This is Shorehaven here. Yep. And
Yep.
yep, this is Shorehaven. This is this one here is Mournhold Tower.
So that's the tower.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to go check out what's going on with that shipment for my sister. But I don't want to like tear the party away from whatever it is that we're doing.
Well, we can check the tower out at the same time.
Well, look at that.
Yep.
2 birds, 1 stone.
Yep. So you, according to Failden, when you talk to him, the ranger there, the tower is about roughly, as the crow flies, about about a 3 to 4 day walk. Because the road kind of heads, I'll kind of dot the road in here. The road pretty much splits the difference here, kind of comes down like that. So you go down, follow the road down about maybe 2 days south, and then a day or so inland to get to Mournhold. Depending on what the terrain here is like. You know, it takes about 10 days normally to walk or to get there, to travel that normally.
I say we get our stuff together, let our peoples know where we're going, and we start to head off to Shorehaven.
Okay. Any other preparations before you go?
We need to get food for Chesty, and then
Sure.
think.
I meant more in terms of like gathering people or items or anything else. Basic provisions
Yes.
you're gonna have, absolutely. So
Yes,
and
I want to. Are we going the whole way to Shorehaven, guys, or are we going to just stop when we find the shipment and come back?
I mean, if we can find it, I guess we'll have to bring it back.
Oh, yeah, if the shipment was coming here, we'll have to bring it back to here, won't we?
okay. I mean, you don't know at what point the shipment like got lost. So there is that.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
But I didn't know if there was like a desire to go to the actual city itself.
Up to you.
I guess take Catherine with me.
Okay.
Amethyst.
Hmm?
Question about Wraith.
Yeah,
On his you said you seen him on his ship.
on his airship. Yeah.
How many?
Well, when they left, they had quite a few, and when I saw them at Addie's cabin, there was still quite a few of them.
Quite a few. Were we talking half a dozen, or are we talking about a few dozen?
Oh, there was about 20, I think.
That is way more than I anticipated.
With him and a few people and a bunch of goblins.
There were involved in the attack. There were about 8 goblins or so, and about maybe 4 or 5 humans.
And a sniper we didn't see.
A sniper you didn't see. You know, there's a priestess, some sort of person, her bodyguard or whatever, a goblin thief, and then Wraith. So in terms of who you've seen, you can count for roughly 12, about 16 or so people.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that.
So just to put it out there, yeah.
And you said we know where they're going, and we have to do the shipment first. Why we can't just go there?
Well, it's going to take just to clarify here, it's going to take them like 2 weeks,
Right.
at least a week and a half to
We
get
just
there.
said
So
doing
yeah,
two birds, one stone. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I mean, it's also going to take us a long time to get there, but
potentially.
there's
How-
obviously stuff.
how far can we teleport there, or can we at all?
No.
I'm not really sure how that works long range. I know only I can do it myself, but only short range.
Well, Lucas can teleport to a teleportation circle, but only if he's already attuned to it.
Right.
So he can only go between Ravenscrest and Port Horace.
We do have that airship at our disposal. So, is that our next step?
Yeah, I mean, it should be landing in Ravenscrest in a couple of days. So if we try and get this done ASAP and then get back to Ravenscrest in time for the airship, then I guess we can head that way. But we'd seem to be a few steps behind of Wraith every time. So
My only problem
I don't know what he's planning.
Well, I'm
So I don't know.
Did he, when you've talked to him, does he seem scared of you at all?
He's not scared. I don't think he's scared of me. I think he's just paranoid and angry about having someone reading his thoughts, someone seeing through his eyes, and because he can't reach out and do the same thing, he is just.
You mentioned a word there that scares me. Even you said that he's paranoid.
Oh yeah.
To me, that when he lands, when he gets to his destination, that he's going to acquire more people. And the longer we wait to get to him, the more prepared he can be. And that's something I've sworn to help you, but I can't fight a war for you.
No, I know. But the thing is, if.
Well, I just quoted episode 1. I am so sorry. That just came out of nowhere. Whoops. Anyway, continue.
What if there's another Shattered Soul person in Travia? He could potentially be gaining more strength. There might be another item that he can acquire, a magical item like the one that he took from Ravenscrest, or that he sent goblins to take from Ravenscrest. I have no idea. I have no idea of his intentions. I have no idea who he's going to visit. Your guess is as good as mine.
My only guess is that we're in danger. You are in danger. He knew.
But wherever Wraith goes, everybody there is in danger. So
I don't think we should waste any more time.
Well, the idea is that you're going to be chasing down something else is going on. So you got a couple days before the airship even gets here. So
Yeah, we can't go without the airship, so
That's
we've
true.
got a couple of days between now and when we can actually leave. So, and we know that once the airship is in Ravenscrest, we can just teleport there, thanks to Lucas. So
There is that.
right now, all we can do is, trying to help with other things until then.
yep. So I will say this: in packing up, preparing there, Sora getting everything ready to go. You do have uh, enough mounts for everyone. And as Philden had mentioned, it was a Sora, it being a 10-day walk, actually 10 to 12 days walk or so, roughly, depending on the condition of the road and everything else. By horse, especially if you push the horses, which you can do, uh, you can make it a lot faster. You're able to head out of Ravenscrest, heading along the South Road, and this road is well maintained, similar to the road going down to over to Port Oris, as Ravenscrest has been a primarily a trade post along the way, because it's roughly not quite halfway, a little closer to Port Oris than Ravenscrest, obviously, by the map. One thing that Fielden had told you as well is there is a second road, an old road. Put that on the map here. That kind of goes more along this route, because it sort of went from Shorehaven up to Mournhold and then across this other ruin over this way, and then up this way. But that road hasn't been maintained since Ravenscrest became a large enough settlement to have an actual trade port. So he's been made a straight route to Ravenscrest and then over to Port Oris. So as you push along, first off, after your first day of travel is fairly uneventful. I just want to roll me a d20. Just not a test, just a d20 by itself. Cool. Yeah, with this dude up there. Great. Cantor. Okay, perfect. Those will work. You uh travel is uneventful. The weather takes a bit of a nastier turn, but not enough to cause you really any slowdowns. You're just a little bit more miserable as it starts to rain a bit. Spring rain starts to fall. Uh, and then not enough to slow you down, but enough that you're kind of wet and unhappy at times. And camping is a bit of a soggy mess. When you do finally camp there, you make good time though heading down there. And second day's travel, give me survival checks, everyone.
Everyone, or can I defer my check to somebody else?
Sure. Okay. So you're able to find I said that first night they're finding a decent campsite there. You will on your second day will spot uh Torben, you'll spot the old road. You sort of see the kind of the faint trail and what is obviously at times some sort of paved structure in terms of like cobblestones, and they're old and kind of overgrown, but you'll spot it right as a point where it crosses over. Uh, a little ways beyond that, Amethyst and Lucas, you will catch something odd. Now the rain has made it obscured it a bit, and things are a little bit muddy, a little bit mushy. But there are a set of wagon tracks that go off the road toward the west, not on the old road, past the old road, but in a direction. And let's zoom in here a little bit so we can see what we're doing here. So basically, about maybe a mile or so after the old road, you spot these wagon tracks that are heading toward roughly Mournhold. Uh, at that point, give me investigation checks too while you're
Now
checking things
that's
around
something
there.
I am good at.
Yep.
Okay. Maybe using luck if this goes south.
Sorry, I know yours is low, but give me investigation with advantage. Roll it again too.
Yeah, I'll just roll again then.
Sure.
Investigation.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to have to roll luck on that.
I think you're pretty good. Okay. So Torben, you usually spot the wagon tracks and all that too. Once they're pointed out, you spot the wagon tracks there. Um, Sora, this you spend enough time traveling these roads to pick up a little bit of what this means. For a wagon to leave the road and head off into the woods is never a good sign. Uh, Amethyst, you will spot, though it's a little bit more obscured at this point there, you will spot some fading footprints off the road on both sides. Lucas and Torben, one of you is on one side of the road, one is the other side of the road, and you will see, based on the direction of those footprints, and then the rain's kind of obscuring this point there. It's getting a little bit mushy, but you're able to kind of spot there. You realize that the footprints obviously were converging on the road. And you will find little bits of very, very difficult to find there. But since Torben, you rolled the highest, you will spot on the road about where the wagons are there. There are little bits of blood.
Okay.
Not enough to show that someone was killed there, but definitely there was a fight that happened here between some scuffs in the dirt there and a little bit of blood there. Definitely the signs that there was a fight of some kind happening here.
Are they specks of blood? Are there pools or are there splatters long like strings?
Someone was injured. It's hard. It's raining at this point there,
A
so it's
blood
washing it away.
a blood
It's
trail.
not like pools of blood where a
Oh,
body would have fallen and bled out. So you're definitely not seeing that.
okay.
But
are you seeing the
but
same thing I'm seeing?
What are you saying?
Blood. Somebody was hurt. Possibly multiple people. They are still on the move.
There's also wagon tracks. Perhaps we should follow.
Yeah, so I was going to take off and just go.
okay.
I'm going to stop her from doing that. We don't split the party, Sora. We stay together.
Well, then come with me. I'm going
Yeah,
after the track.
we're going. If we face danger, we do it together.
I didn't say it as a split the party cutscene. I said it as a she's moving quickly to go get there.
Okay, we'll follow.
Okay. So Sora, you take the lead, moving off through the trees.
How far is it? Sorry, Jim. How far is it roughly, time-wise, from where we are to what we believe is the ruin?
The tower. Based on what Fielden told you there, he thinks it's by walking. It was 3 days to get to about here and 2 days to get over there. So based on where you're at right now and how you push the horses there, you might be able to get there in a day, but there is not really a road to follow here. You are on horses through there's a bit of rise and fall to the terrain there. It's not a thick forest. The forest down here is sort of like little copse of trees here and there, but not really a thick canopy or anything like that. You're seeing the sky. You see lots of shrubs and clumps of trees everywhere. And so I would say based on that, it's not hard to follow the wagon tracks. They tend to leave some fairly obvious tracks, at least.
If we think of going to the tower, would it be quicker to follow the old road?
It might be. Again, you realize that based on kind of piecing it together, you're going to putting it together here. The wagon tracks will probably intersect the old road at some point. Because so the road goes this way. So the road goes this way. The wagon tracks are sort of heading this direction. So you realize they're probably going to run into each other. As you
As
kind
we're
of piece it
traveling,
together.
as we're traveling as well, Lucas will give an inspiring speech to everybody.
Okay. So as you move
How
along
many?
there,
How many temporary hit points is that?
15.
so 15 temporary hit points, everybody now.
Thank you.
Good. As you travel along there, you will indeed spot the difference in the wagon tracks where it does intersect what we consider the old road. Again, there's not an actual road there, but just like some like overgrown cobblestones and spots where obviously land had been cleared. There are some shrubs, but there are no trees along that track. Essentially, a couple, but they're kind of spread out there, and so you can see remnants of what may have been a road at one point. And the wagon does sort of hit that and then travel along it. Doesn't cross it, but does travel along it there. About a few hours later, you will spot the fact that the trees are getting a little bit thicker. Not to the point where not like the North Forest there, where it's like super thick and all that, but there's more trees here, and I would say, based on your passes, Corbin, Lucas, and Amethyst. And I will say Eldon is with you just for this. Uh, actually, I'm not. I'm not going to say that because Eldon is wrapped up in what he's doing, and we'll kind of put him on. I don't want to deal with an NPC right now. So, um, so you are traveling along. The three passes there, as I said, to Torben, Amethyst, Eldon, and Lucas. I mean, sorry. You spot a very likely place for some sort of an ambush. Just based on the trees that are there, based on the fact that this kind of travels through it, there is a little bit darker there. It is getting a little bit closer to nighttime by this point. It's probably it's still a mile or two away, but you're like, you're heading the trail of the road here is heading right toward that group of trees. If anything's going to be waiting along the way here, that's a spot for it. What would you like to do based on that information?
I'd definitely be readying up.
Because it's still over a mile away. It's like you're not. Yeah.
Even still, though, he'd be on his guard.
Oh, lost Amethyst. Core restarted again.
Yeah, it's restarting.
Sorry, guys.
No worries. It's technology is fickle that way, so we're all fine.
I am going to go invisible.
Okay, how long does it last?
Hold on. Up to 1 hour.
Okay. So you guys see Torben go invisible. Hop off your horse.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
How bad is it raining?
Not that bad.
Okay.
It's a kind of at this point it's sort of like a kind of fat raindrops there, but it's not like pouring down rain. It's just kind of coming down.
Okay.
It
Either
isn't
way,
enough. It
as
isn't
I'm
enough to make you
traveling,
like
if there's
visible.
if there's trees, I would be underneath the trees just in case it started raining heavier and all that. Yeah.
So you
I was
start.
thinking about
Yeah,
climbing
go
a tree, but I think I might just fly. I might cast fly and just fly up and
Okay.
have a look down, see if I can see anything, any kind of trap or anybody.
Okay. So Amethyst is flying up ahead there. Fly lasts for about 10 minutes, but you get pretty fast. So you could definitely close the distance and fly up high, get an aerial view. Torben, go ahead and give me a stealth check
Sure,
as you approach that region, that area there.
happily.
You have advantage because you are
I'm
invisible.
not gonna. Yeah, but
Yeah.
sure, we'll
Let's
go.
say
I'm more invisible. Sure.
it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine. So you quickly lose any sight of because you see Torben's footprints a little bit initially as when he first turns invisible and drops off the horse there, but then he kind of takes off in that direction there. Amethyst, you take to the air and fly. Lucas and Sora, what do you want to do?
Was I told to hold up a minute while they did all their things?
I assume yes.
Then I will probably get off my horse. Well, yeah, I'll get off, but keep the horse going so Catherine can stay on it. Tell her to stay safe and stay hidden.
Okay. You can put her. Torben left his horse behind if you wanted to have her kind of go off the road and.
Yeah, she'll grab Torben's horse, and
Okay.
then I'll let mine go.
Okay, so yeah, she kind of like was. I'll just take this horse over here. And this your horse is there too, so Catherine will just sort of lead the horses off to the side, out of the way, so they're out of view. How about you, Lucas? What's your plan?
Yeah, I'll get off the horse
Okay.
and lead him away.
Okay. So you find a spot in a smaller clump of trees. To set the horses aside there. Catherine will stay with them. Lucas and Sora, you're on foot. It says it's about roughly a mile to 2 miles away to that spot you're thinking. Um, However, we'll just say that Torben stalking up along one side, Amethyst coming from above there. Both of you give me perception checks as you are looking for anything out of the ordinary. Okay. Um, Torben, you'll spot at least one or two people, humanoid shapes, in the trees.
Yep.
Like on the ground, but among the trees there, just sort of like keeping an eye out. They're not like ready with you can't quite get a good look at them, but enough that they aren't like ready with weapons or anything else. That they're just sort of standing around in the trees there. Amethyst from the top view there. Amethyst, give me a stealth check with advantage because people aren't usually looking up.
I'll start taking to the trees myself. Not in their trees, obviously, but
Yeah, so you kind of start like darting from one little group of trees or a clump of bushes to the other. They're kind of making a little bit of a motion to kind of get away. And with this, yeah, nothing seems to take notice of you. You can't quite see down to the trees there specifically, but you definitely spot at least one or two people there. Again, just sort of standing around. They don't seem to have like weapons drawn. They don't seem to be. They're just sort of standing around at this point. Like maybe they haven't seen you guys yet. Um, I would say also that it is getting darker as this happens.
how far is Amethyst away from me?
She's flying so up.
Like how far roughly?
I I don't know.
120 feet or more?
Probably more.
Okay.
Because you kind of went off one way, she kind of flew up and went up the other way. So
Depends how tall the trees are. I'll be over the tops
I
of
mean,
the trees.
yeah, I mean the trees are maybe anywhere 60 maybe 50 to 100 feet tall, depending. Kind of a mixture. Some old oaks and old like maple type trees. The leaves all coming back in. So that's what you see. Amethyst, I'm going to assume you made a contact with somebody before you flew up.
Yeah, Sora.
Okay. So you let Sora know.
To be quiet, I promise.
We've got to start using telepathic bond, because that would really come in handy.
Right?
Yep. So, Sora, since you're with Lucas there, Amethyst fills the two of you in on what she spotted so far. Torben, you kind of see what you're seeing there. So, obviously, being invisible, nobody knows you're there. How close do you want to get?
I would like to get directly behind one of the guys in the tree.
He's not in the trees; he's among the trees.
Okay, behind him. Either way.
So you just want to sneak right, like go into the trees and right behind them. Okay, give me another stealth check.
Yep, no problem. This will be luck if it goes south.
Advantage as always because you're invisible.
Mm-hmm. Which is good because I don't need that. I didn't know it was advantage because I mean I knew but I forgot to roll. So
Yeah, invisibility, yeah, is always advantage in stealth checks.
That's better.
Same, yeah, it's fine.
Yep.
So, it's also a ranger spell. I believe other people have it too. Which Druid, he obviously isn't a ranger, but still. Okay, so Torben, you start to slide in. You get kind of dart on there, and you get into the trees where the guys are standing there. Amethyst, what are you doing from the top there?
I'll let Sora know that I can see several people there. Is there any sign of the wagon?
No.
Right.
You one more perception check there, as you're kind of.
Terrible.
Okay, not great.
Since we are connected, can I ask you to connect to Catherine too?
No.
Okay.
I can't.
More than one.
Can't. No. I would have to be within 30 feet of her to actually connect, and then I would lose the connection with you, and you're far more valuable when it comes to
Getting posted.
Understood.
Yeah.
So, Lucas and Sora, what is your are you? I assume you're approaching. Are you trying to kind of like keep to the trees? Are you going to be noticed, or what's the plan there?
Who, me?
Oh, this is Lucas and Sora.
Gotcha. Sorry.
We'll get back to what you're doing in a minute. Sorry.
Are you going to head in, Sora?
I am. But I am going to not attempt to be careful. I'm going to attempt to look lost, is what I'm going to do.
Okay.
So
You still
walking.
look like Dragonborn? Dragon Kid?
Yeah.
Dragon face?
No, I don't. I look human-ish, as close as I can be. I'll have my hood up, and I'm going to walk with my head kind of down and bundled up like I'm cold, and kind of just try to follow a road I think is a road because it is raining out and I can't see where I'm going.
Okay, so Lucas, you see Sora change your shape.
I'll say that you could do that, or I could cast invisibility on you.
Cast it on yourself, and I'll go in as a diversion.
So.
Okay.
Yeah. That way, at least we got aerial and we got ground. I'll be the diversion since I got all the chest plate and a knock on my chest.
Dunk, dunk, dunk.
Okay, I'll cast invisibility on myself then.
Okay. So you fade from view, Sora. You start to kind of wander up that way, huddled from the cold there, heading toward the trees at least. You're about probably maybe a couple hundred yards, about 100 yards away. Torben, while you're kind of basically waiting for this, like kind of behind this guy, they don't know you're there. You're within striking distance if you want to just either throw a dagger or stab from behind.
I'm right on top of him. Yeah. He
Okay.
can hear me if I whisper to him.
Okay. Basically, you'll hear him and some other tense whispers from people out in the trees there. There seems to be about maybe a half dozen or so.
Mm-hmm.
And they all sort of like, "Hey, look alive! Someone's there!" Oh, one person just wandering by themselves. What's going on? Well, we're supposed to bring anybody we find back.
Now, can you describe Um,
The person you're
well,
behind,
yeah,
the person behind, when they said look alive, you'll see this person sort of like they were wearing a dark cloak, kind of just shape for like featureless dark cloak and with that. They actually reach down to a pack that's on the ground by them there and lift up a short bow and
right. The second,
put on a quiver.
yeah. So the second that
Uh,
happened, I'm gonna knock him out with the back of my dagger.
okay, go ahead and give me a attack roll. You have advantage because he doesn't know you're there,
Mm-hmm.
and yes, sneak attack will apply.
Would it be unarmed strike?
No, you just make a dagger strike. Just you're still
Okay.
using your dagger. You're just making it non-lethal.
Oh, true. Yeah, got it. Okay, cool. Um,
16 will definitely hit.
mhm.
You might have, can't really tell. Based on the clothes, you can't tell what he's wearing. And then roll your sneak.
Wow, that's taking a while to go. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So you
As he
just
was, oh, sorry. Go
yeah.
ahead.
Go ahead. So I'll just say that you basically it's yeah you basically just kind of right behind there, just crack him in the back of the skull.
Yep.
What you're gonna do? He
And then I would go. I would put my hand over his mouth. I know he's knocked out, but you know what I mean, just in case. And I would gently put him to the ground and out of the way to where anyone would see him if I have the availability to do that.
yeah, you would go ahead and give me a stealth check.
Sure.
No longer with advantage because you're now visible.
Because I did attack.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you literally hand around the mouth there and just gently put him down to the ground there, and then just sort of move into where he was standing, and just sort of like against the tree there, kind
Mhm.
of roughly about where he was to begin with there, and no one, there's no sound, there's no sign of no sign of an alarm there. At this point, from where he's standing there, you see about a half dozen people there, kind of scattered throughout the trees there. They are all grabbing weapons, and sort of like um, making themselves ready.
Yep. And I
Amethyst.
am. Yep. That's it.
Good.
No,
Give me
that
another
that
second.
was it. I was just about to end it.
Yep. So, you do from where your vantage point there, flying above there, you see a lone figure walking toward the trees. They're about 100 yards away at this point there, and you will see at least a couple of the figures from your vantage point there that are obviously arming themselves and making themselves ready.
Sora told me that's her.
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah,
Yeah,
you were discussing
Okay.
back and forth. Yeah, so
yeah.
I
I
will.
would have told you that I changed and that Lucas had went invisible.
Okay. I'll just keep my eye on Sora then and just
okay,
act if necessary.
all right. Right then. Uh, Torben, you will see one of the figures kind of just it doesn't have a bow drawn or anything else. That doesn't have anything else there. You see just walking forward, and they kind of walk out to the edge of the trees and keep walking. Sora, you see someone emerge from the trees, walking toward you.
I'm gonna
Uh,
misty step behind. Can I misty step behind them?
well, you'd be basically stepping right in front of everybody else there, right behind the guy that just left the trees.
Okay. No, I'll wait. Yep. You're right.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, what you're seeing is like he's literally walking out of the trees right now, and everyone else is still behind him in the trees where you are.
Yeah. I don't want my presence
So,
known yet. Definitely.
yeah,
I'll see what
yeah.
Sora has in mind here before I act.
Okay. So, guy walks out, um, and it's getting darker at this point. There is actually almost the sun's gone down enough to the point where there's long shadows over everything there. Things are getting dim around there, but you see a humanoid figure, fairly tall, fairly broad shouldered, walking out toward the trees there.
Oh there, traveler, you lost?
kind of calling out to you.
I'll look up. Yeah, yes. I was following the road to Shorehaven.
Think you took a wrong turn there. We can help you out though. Come on over this way. We'll get out of the rain here. We'll uh, help get you turned around. Get going in the right direction. We can show you the way.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
I will go with him, knowing that the people, my friends, are keeping track of me? Question mark.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Uh, so you approach. Like I say, he's about 100 yards away when he comes up there, sort of just shouting at you. As you start to approach there, he starts to walk out there and stops. He doesn't draw a weapon. He doesn't. He's just sort of a dark, dark, shapeless cloak and stuff. Um, see, do you have? You don't have any lights, so you can't see anything. You can't like make out facial features or
Can
details. You
I
can,
can make a light? I haven't done it yet, though.
right? So, um, yeah, he doesn't have any like torch lit up there and that as but yeah, as you start to walk toward him, he just sort of like uh give me an insight check, I guess, Sora.
So,
Best thing
do
there.
I know what Torben did, or is that
You wouldn't know that. You
okay? Cool.
you know he went off to the side there, but you don't know where he's at. All right.
Want me to do telepathic bond next time we're in this situation?
So I will say that one thing what you will spot there is that he doesn't seem to be hostile. He seems to be fairly relaxed. He's just sort of like, yeah, come on, we'll take care of you. And you, even with 11 there, again, he seems relaxed there. He does sort of make sort of a motion with his left hand, like he's putting it down to his side there and just kind of like gesturing somehow. You don't know what it means, but he's obviously making some sort of a gesture, just sort of a little, kind of a little bit of a hand wave there down at his side. Um, you're not sure what it means though. As you approach, how close are you going to get? Just right up to him, or
Yeah, I'll get right up to him.
okay? Uh, something like that. Uh, Amethyst. At that point, when like as she gets probably with about like 20, 30 feet, we'll just call it 30 feet. You see everyone in the trees, sort of like at that point, like readying, not drawing bows, but like have them ready to go. They're kind of like tense, like they're ready to move. They haven't done anything. They aren't leaving the trees yet, but they're all kind of like hunkered down. Torben, you see the same thing. At least like one guy up to your right and one guy off to your left there. They're kind of still in the bushes, but they're kind of like in that ready to take off running.
Did I see the hand gesture?
Probably not. You were kind of like watching the
no.
whole thing there. It was fairly subtle there. It was Sora saw because you were looking right at the guy when he did it.
And
Oh.
did they just sorry, Draven?
No, it's okay.
Did they just like look like
Yeah,
they were
they
a bit
they
more
were standing
alert?
there. They were standing there, kind of like bows in hand or weapons in hand or whatever. And then all of a sudden they sort of like crouch, like they're ready to run, like they're ready to spring
Right.
forward there. So they definitely changed their stance from like relaxed but ready to now let's go.
All right. I'll pass that message on to Sora then.
Okay, so sorry, you know that. Lucas, where are you? Are you kind of shadowing along with side with her, or kind of what is your position in all this?
I'm in the trees, as close to Sora as I can get.
Okay, so you kind of
About 10
move
foot
aside there.
away.
Okay,
I'm
give me a stealth check with advantage to see if anyone spots you moving along. God. All
Keep
right, so
rolling
yeah,
like that, Jim.
no problem. We'll do. So I will say this. So Sora, you go to actually like kind of grip your shield a little bit because your shield is like on your arm essentially. It's still kind of like tucked back away. And as you do that, he just sort of like, yeah, kind of a nice. He's kind of looking back and forth, like he's looking around, scanning past you to see if there's anything going on there. Doesn't even notice you kind of prepping your shield a little bit there. So you're kind of like reaching behind your back there, getting your shield kind of ready to pull out. And so you're now 20 feet from him as you're stepping toward him there. At that point, he does look back towards you and say, oh, and kind of like start to turn away a little bit, like kind of like looking over your shoulder. You're like, let's go. As you head toward as you like basically walk toward the trees.
I'm going to charm person on him right now, if I
On
can.
him?
Yeah.
Again, he's about at least 65, 70 feet away from you.
That far
You're
already.
back in the trees.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
All right.
out of the trees. So
Is
you
there
got
any
two
time
guys
within
nearby
range?
you. Yeah.
Yeah. If there, okay, good.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, one of those guys you definitely can
For this one on the right, I would love to charm,
Sure.
and I would tell him, not in an intimidating way in any way, shape, or form. You and your friends have one chance to live. We know what's happening. One of your men are already down. You can look down, and then I could even point out to where it was. If you say anything, you die.
Okay. I will point out here. So
Okay.
again, he's over there. You cast charm person. Saying that to him will alert everybody else that's around in the trees, unless you sneak up to him and like whisper it in his ear. The charm person is like you have to like speak the things to him. So
Right.
Everyone in the trees is going to hear you do.
Awesome.
This.
Then can I misty step to him then?
Sure.
Okay, because it is 30 feet.
Yeah. So you misty step and then okay. So you're right there. Okay. He definitely fails to save. Like, huh? What? Huh? And sort of looking like looks back at you because you're visible now.
Yeah.
Oh. It kind of like goes a jump and then you just charm person.
Yeah. It's okay. I don't. Please. This is not. You don't have to die here today. I would rather you didn't. In fact, but.
Right. Okay.
You have one chance to live. You can go down there and tell your friend not to do what you're about to do. If you do, the one talking to my friend.
Oh, you mean Dexrin?
Yes,
he's in charge. He's not going to listen to me.
Very well.
He tells us what to do, not the other way around.
Okay.
I mean, we're supposed to get people and bring them back to the tower. That's what we're supposed to do.
Right, exactly. You might not want to tell me so much from now on, okay? Your boss is going to be very... And as I'm saying that, I try to get... I don't know if I can do a surprise attack because he's not expecting me to attack him, and I try to knock him out too.
I mean, you would not get sneak attack.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. You'd also break the charm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's risky, but probably a dumb idea. But it's fine.
Okay. So, okay, you definitely hit.
Yes.
So, okay.
No one else is going to touch anybody. Tobin's just going to knock everybody out.
Well, I would say 4 damage against this guy does not knock him out at all. Right. So, Lucas, I will say this, because Torben, you didn't so much make a stealth check to do this. The guy here did this here. You will see a motion in the trees. I'll just say that from your angle there, based on where you went and he went there. So Torben, you go crack and you smack him across the face. He's like, "Oh, hey, that's not cool, man." And everyone sort of like turns and looks, and there you are with him. Sora, the guy looks over. The guy you're talking to looks back over his shoulder to the right. What's going on? And go ahead and roll initiative.
Yeah, sorry guys. I tried really hard to not. Oh boy.
So let me pull up some folks here. And
initiative always. Can I use luck?
Let's. Hold on.
Okay.
I don't have there's not a map for this per se because this is sort of a counter have here. So let me put some tokens on the screen here and make sure everyone can make their initiatives. 1 sec here. So.
God, this initiative though.
Yeah. Let me. Come on now. Okay, you're up there. Okay, so Amethyst is there now. Cool. Make sure you pull yourselves on the map somewhere. Just doesn't really matter at this point where you are. Cool. Sora. Torben, hop on the map here. Let me zoom out a little bit. Okay, everyone's there. Okay, now make sure you roll your Torben, your initiative was an 8. Cool,
yeah.
Cool. Okay, I will have you go ahead and roll again. We'll adjust your initiative there.
Okay. That's my initiative since I've started playing this game.
So we'll go ahead and adjust that to an 8.2.
Knock out one of my lucks here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I re-rolled, so
All right. Select the better one. Okay.
yeah.
And let me put some bad guys on here just to get them in place and get them on the initiative counter. Okay. And then we'll just bring out a thug. Okay. Let me roll their initiatives. Come
He's
on.
ugly.
Isn't he, though? Come on. What is happening here? Hold on. What? My turn order is all messed up. What is happening? I need... Okay, now we're in the right place. Now I can do initiative. So there are the thugs, and there's the bad guy, their leader. Okay. Oops. So,
I don't like his face.
you shouldn't. So, uh, the thugs in the trees are all gonna go first, and so Torben, the one on you, just swings and tries to smack you in the face.
Oh, that was a okay.
I mean, you just hit him in the head with a dagger.
Yeah, no,
He's gonna swing and
I'm
attack
gonna
you.
use what's it called? To half that damage. Uncanny
Well,
dodge.
you haven't been hit yet, so let's
Okay,
see if
when
he
he
hits you
does.
first.
Sorry, yeah, good point. Getting ahead of
I
myself.
mean, yeah. So first attack there does not hit you. You dodge out of the way. Second one does not hit you. You just, and he's a little dazed from the attack there.
Yeah.
Not really seeing what's going on here. Another thug over by you, seeing what happens there, is going to try to shoot you. Doesn't. An arrow goes through the trees, misses you.
Loving these rolls, Jim.
Yeah, great. It's awesome. Okay. Let's see. The other. There are a total of 3 other ones. Then let's see. One will rush over, like sort of move over toward you, making a double move to get to you, Torben. So you got two on you,
Yep.
and then but he takes his whole move to get there. The other 2 sort of take up positions, kind of there, and ready a shot. Pull out their bows and sort of ready a shot there. Seemingly Amethyst, seemingly aiming towards Sora.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not taking their shots yet. Amethyst, you see all this happening from above.
Right. My intention was to cast a spell, but then I realised it's a concentration spell, so I'll have to land first.
Gotcha. I would say you can use your move to get on the ground, and then because I would assume you're probably about 60 feet up or so, 60 feet up there. So we'll call it. You drifted down a little bit so you can see what's happening. So you can definitely land and then cast something else if you want.
Because I do get that double move anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to cast summon aberration.
Okay, then. Which one you're bringing out? I'm just going to do this real fast here. We have...
Behold again.
Okay. Let's put everyone in relative locations here. I'm going to do this real fast. We have an idea of where people are. So let me do this. Torben, you're kind of over here with one guy here. Another one rushed up to you. There we go. This guy is out here with Sora. Lucas, you're kind of over here. And with this, you're down over here. We have another thug back here in the trees that shot. And then 2 more that are over here aiming at Sora. Okay. So roughly this is what we're looking at. Just relative positions right now. Not
okay.
So
I probably would have landed a bit further away from.
Sure.
Hopefully not being detected.
It's relative. You tell me how far away you're landing from this. Are you within 30 feet, 60 feet? Just so we know about where you're at.
60 seems fine.
So yeah, you're out here a little ways. That's fine. It's all we're not exact distances. We're just showing you where people are in relation to each other. You're within 60 feet of Sora. Okay. Anything else?
The Elderkin can act this round, I believe.
Yeah.
So
Bonus action to command him. So
yeah,
you have your bonus action. So go for it. What is he going to do?
it's going to do 2 eye rays
At who?
at the 2 guys that are targeting Sora.
Okay, these 2 guys over here. Cool. Okay. Let me. All right. Go ahead. Let's see. The 12 will not hit. The 18 will, however. Oh, darn it. Okay. What was the damage on that one? I didn't see that. It was 12 damage. Okay, so we'll say this one here taking 12 damage. So, what the hell's that? As he kind of screams out there as this thing, this strange floating eyeball thing just blasted him with psychic damage. He cries out and holds at his head there. Doesn't. And let me see if he makes a save real quick here. Darn it! Stop doing that, Jim.
He will be purple as well.
Okay. He doesn't. So he's sort of like, doesn't drop his bow or anything. Doesn't drop his bow. And that would be his turn then. So Lucas, you are up.
How many of the ones in the trees can I see?
I would say based on when you're positioning yourself, definitely the 2 on Torben. And you saw, I would say, based on the fact that you saw the Beholderkin like blast something in the trees over there, you can see those guys, but they're a little far away from you. You're about at least 90 feet away, based on relative positions here. These guys are within 60 feet. These guys are about 90 feet. So these guys are within 60 feet. These guys are within 90 feet. Let's call it that.
I'll move within the trees, get a bit close to Sora.
Okay. All right. So you kind of So they're out in the open pretty much. So the tree line is behind this guy. He stepped out of the trees to come meet her. So yeah, so the trees are back to where Torben is basically. So roughly. So it's fine. So you move into the trees, and what are you doing to them?
I'm going to cast
On him?
on one.
That guy over there. Okay, cool.
One that didn't get hit by the beholder.
Gotcha. Okay. And so he's gonna make that save. Why do I keep closing that? I keep doing that. Okay. No, darn it. I'll open his sheet. Thank you. Let's see. And it's gonna be a wisdom save, right? Intelligence save. Oh god. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, there we go. So he's like and so he's looking around paranoid there, and the guy next to him is like, "Oh, what's wrong?" Looking over at him. That's that. Anything in the bonus section or anything? Gotta move you relatively over here. Okay.
Yeah, I'll give bardic inspiration to Sora.
Okay. So Sora, you see Lucas cast, and you kind of hear Lucas's voice call out to you as you pick up your inspiration, and it is your turn, Sora. So this guy standing in front of you, looking over, saying, "What's going on?" And
I am going to use my newfound shield ability and smash him in the head.
you bash him in the face. Okay, go for it.
Yep. That's just a normal attack roll. Right?
Well, no, it's something you use as your bonus action as part of an attack roll. So you pull your hammer and smack him, and then use this as a bonus action.
Got it.
You know what? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. It's in the same place where you normally do your Shield Master shove, which is a bonus action.
Well, knowing that, I'd still hit him with a hammer.
Yeah. Bonk. They used hammers out there, smack him. Yeah, you definitely hit there. Crack, like just kind of. Oh God! What?
And then probably again.
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, my
Just
computer's
whoosh,
acting weird.
whoosh. Yep.
Really slow.
Yeah, really slow. Go ahead and feel free to roll that shield attack too, while you're at it, if you want to do that too.
Yep.
Cool. And we'll just see when it pops up here. Extremely slow. Wow.
Yeah, it's been real slow. The shield attack is just like the regular attack, right?
It uses the same attack bonus there, but it's not magical. So it'd be -1 compared to everything else. And it's D6 bludgeoning plus strength. Okay, yeah. Second shot there. Yeah, you crack into him twice there. He's just sort of like trying to fend it out there, and just it's thud thud. He takes it pretty well though. And you go to shield bash him.
That's on D&D Beyond, right?
Sure.
Because
Yeah.
we didn't move it on the other one.
I don't have a weighted. I don't typically mess with your character sheets on Roll20. I know I can. I just don't.
All right, I'll look into it.
Yep.
I can't find it on Roll20 this quickly. I'm
It's a
sorry.
bonus action. Warriors. No worries. Just make your normal attack roll, and then we'll just roll D6 and add your strength.
There we go. Attack roll.
Okay. All right. So 9 plus your strength 14. He does manage to. So that one, it does thud into his. He's actually. You see now he's actually wearing a breastplate. As now he's kind of moved out, and you're now swinging up there, and it thuds into his breastplate and skitters off there. Essentially, you kind of bash at him there. It doesn't quite like knock him back.
He's heavily armed. I found the shield bash.
Cool. Okay. All right then. Anything else you want to do with your turn? That was your attack and bonus action and bonus action.
Yep, I'm done.
Okay, cool. Torben, you kind of hear the sounds of fighting happening. You kind of hear Lucas casting behind you there, and you see a terrifying eyeball thing pop up into view off to your left or off to your right there, and fire blasts off into the trees.
I'm going to look up at these two. Which one of you tried to hit me?
Which one did you hit? I mean, it would be well, the one that you hit, which is this one, the bottom one.
Okay.
He's got a little bit of the goose egg on his head where you hit him.
All right. I told you didn't have to die here today, didn't I? And then you're just going to hear these. I'm not going to do the sound because, quite frankly, I can't, or at least I'm not brave enough to try right now. But you'll hear these very loud but very rapid whistles.
Okay.
Very much like a certain animal that you're about to see now. And I am going to shift. And as I do, I grow about a foot. My claws, my nails protrude more. Fur goes mostly all over my body, gray, silver, and black. And I am going to attack.
Okay.
And it's going to be with my dagger, full attack on him.
Okay. Nope, not puppy.
Poppy.
Okay. You'll hit.
You said it will hit or don't hit?
It will hit. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
and that's going to be sneak attack because he's in melee range of someone
No.
else, right? No, okay.
No.
So
Wait, with an ally, not one.
with an ally, yeah, sure. Yeah,
he's
yeah.
in range with his ally.
Okay, so on
It's
that
nice
note,
though.
as I use my bonus action and I use my attack, so I'm going to use another attack on him.
Attack from what?
My second dagger.
Nope.
I don't get a second attack.
Unless you're throwing them, which you're not throwing them.
True. No, I thought because I
yeah.
used my bonus.
So
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you would if you drew you had both your daggers in your hand and you were attacking as a bonus action to attack, but you use your bonus action to shift. So
True. So that's going to be. Hold on. Yeah. That's it.
yeah. Right.
That's really all I can do.
So are you still trying to knock him unconscious, or are you trying to just
No,
actually stab
no,
him?
he's
Okay,
in full, he shifted. He's in full fight mode now. I also need to take off the 15 and add because it doesn't stack, so it goes to 12 instead of 15 now.
Okay. Oh right, but you keep the higher one. You don't replace it.
Oh sweet, good.
Awesome.
Love that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna you shift, so now you lose hit points. What?
Right? Yeah.
You just keep the hit points you already had. All right, so big guy here. Well, big guy. He's actually not that big there. He's just kind of like he will. He actually does pull off, and at this point, kind of pulls his cloak back there, and you see he's got a battle axe there, and he pulls it out there, and starts to swing at you there, Sora. Let's see if he can actually do anything with this. First attack will be he does hit you for 9 slashing damage.
Except my AC is a 22, sir.
22 now.
Stuffs.
Was that?
I'm looking at it. It says 22.
Oh, did you put the shield bash your feet on?
I did not put it on. No.
Oh, what's it been 22 then?
It's been 22 for a while. Eldon's is 21.
That's right. I looked at the wrong line there. So 22. So you just barely catch on your shield there. Sorry, and just knock it away as he swings it and swings it back down again. There tries to hit you. 22. Now he does hit for 11 damage, and he's using 2 hands as he's doing this.
Herd basket.
What's that?
Jim, as a reaction, I'm going to do cutting words.
Cool. Okay.
So reduces his attack roll. So.
Okay, so essentially, ignore that. You don't take any damage there. I mean, she has 15 hit points, 15 temporary hit points, and you get through those. So, yeah. So you essentially you see the axe coming in there, and he hears like Lucas shout something off to the right there, and he glances up that we just up there, and the attack just skitters by you, just barely missing you.
Nice one. You couldn't hit the broadside of a barn.
You're still looking like a human though, right? Yeah.
I sure am. Mm-hmm.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. All right. So then the thugs are going to go. All right. So the thugs over here on you, Torben, are going to start hacking and slashing and trying to. And well, why do I keep doing that? There we go. All right. Start off with the first 2 on you. They do a bonus to hit since they outnumber you.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go ahead and swing the first one. 12 does not hit, obviously. And then a 19. So 8 damage.
That's gonna be in half.
Okay, well, sure.
Connection
So,
and
uses a reaction. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wait, no. If they're using reaction, if that's the reaction, no, never mind. I'll take full damage.
Okay. Yes, you still have 7 temporary hit left.
I am going to, however.
Oh, hold on. Actually, you may want to do that. 1 second. I forgot something here. Where is this? Because he has an ally in melee. Ooh, never mind. 11 damage. Look out. Because these guys are technically rogues.
Okay.
But yeah. So still. The other one, Sora, they're in the trees still, so probably about 40 feet away, roughly. You can
They
kind of
both
see it happening in the trees off to your left there.
That's
they
all I
both
needed.
hold on one
Yeah.
second. I'm sorry. They both
Yeah.
ended their turn right by me, right?
Yeah, there will be, yes.
Okay.
So the other one's going to swing at you. The other
Gotcha.
one's also going to attack you. So whoosh.
Okay. Sorry. I took
And
the quick.
nope. And one more. Nope. Okay. Yeah, the other one to your left there. Oh, ignore that third one there. The first one didn't register. So yeah, just the first one manages to hit you, but your temporary hit points absorb it essentially. The other
Yeah.
one is trying to swing at you, but you're at this point full defensive mode and it can't hit you.
I'll tell
Uh,
them. You two wait here. I'll be back. And then I'm going to move
it's not your
without.
turn yet.
Oh no, I don't need to. As my reaction, if they both end their turn, I can break away from them 10 feet with Swiss Rider, so I can get away from them. That's
Okay.
why I didn't use my reaction to take.
Gotcha. So
More damage.
you jump away 10 feet. Okay,
Yeah,
we'll just kind of push
exactly.
you
And
back
I'll
about.
get right.
Yeah.
Yeah, about
I mean,
there.
it's not. You just. I'm just showing you you're away from them.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. There's not distances there.
yeah.
All right. Okay. So, enemies abound. He has to attack the nearest person to him, right?
No, everyone's an enemy. Everyone he can see.
Oh well, the guy right next to him is obviously an enemy, so he's gonna swing at the guy next to him. So let me open that back up again. Just do this. Come on now. And we're gonna swing. Try to hit his buddy. Nope. And so he thuds this one. Oh, the one that had already been hit. Um. Oh, that's. And we're gonna go ahead and just clocks him in the head there. Ah! And just smacks him and knocks him unconscious. He just drops to the ground. There's a thud as the cudgel hits his skull. Oops. Hold on here. And he drops to the ground. And he's just looking around wildly, like looking at everybody. And this guy back here is going to shoot the terrible, horrible eyeball that showed up, since he has his short bow out. Misses. Okay. Cool. So arrow goes flying by. This guy shoots at the eyeball. That is them. Amethyst. You see some chaos happening all around you.
Yeah, and there's a cat on my keyboard.
Of course. Purr. Nice.
Um, the one Tobin's okay now, isn't he? I'm just going to go for this guy again.
Yeah, he's the one who just attacked his friend and knocked him out.
Okay, sorry.
No worries. Yeah,
I'll go
this
for
one
it.
turned and smacked him and knocked him out. This one back in. Wait, you can't wait. The one back in the trees there, and there's
I
two there.
can't see
You
him.
barely. This one you can't see back here. He's back in the trees. I mean, you
Can I see
might
that
be.
one?
Yes, he's
Okay.
up near up near the edge of the trees there. Torben just jumped back away from him. What are you doing?
I'm just going to cast Eldritch Blast at him.
Okay.
Um,
Oh yeah, you definitely hit him.
yeah,
D10.
apparently.
Yeah. D10 damage. At this point, you would get 2 Eldritch Blasts.
Oh, sorry,
That's
I
fine.
didn't mean to do that. I didn't. Yeah.
You're supposed to roll 2 of them anyway, so go ahead and roll damage for both of them,
Oh yeah.
because you do have 2 of them now. 8 and 2.
But not
Okay.
a very good one.
That's great. But
Average.
smack as 2 violet bolts of energy smack into him. Like, oh, go with it. And then which
Followed
one's
by
attack?
2 of those.
So I raise got turn. So you okay. So that'll do it. So that first one, the second one doesn't hit, but the first one does. As this one just kind of like as he gets smacked by 2 eldritch bolts of energy. Then an eye beam comes there and he screams and drops to the ground.
Ha.
And he is down. Okay. Lucas, stuff happening all around you. You see, yeah, the eye beams just dropped a guy there. Torben just jumped back from the two that were on him. You can just barely make out the one back in the trees that are shooting at the eyeball. The enemy's bound is still on the other, and the leader and their leader is still trading blows with Sora. Got a battle axe in his hands now.
Yeah, okay. Is anyone else within 30 feet? Is Torben within 30 feet of
Of you,
Sora?
yeah. The Sora? Not quite. No. Like they're about 40 feet apart right now. He jumped back but not toward her, just back away from when the guys were attacking him.
All right, doesn't matter. I'm going to cast Bless
Okay,
from the Manatech Bracer on
sure.
myself and Sora and Torben.
Cool. Okay. So you're all blessed. Just put those real red dots on you. Anything else as an action? As a bonus action, I mean?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Alrighty. Sora. You feel the blessings wash over you and see Lucas staying on the side there. You can see the guys in the trees are not looking good. This guy's kind of like with the axe there. I'm going to say one thing here as this guy's swinging his axe at you and prepared here. It suddenly hits you. You recognize him. Because you never forget your first. This is the first guy you took down on your very first patrol.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm back. I had to step away for a second. Talk to my roommate. He came and asked me about D&D.
Okay. This guy is, you know for a fact he was supposed to be in jail for at least 10 years. About 6 years ago.
I am going to not like step away from him, but take a foot backwards, get into another swing. How exactly did you get out of jail as I swing to hit him?
Cool. Are you still looking like a human?
I am.
Okay.
21 to hit, 22 to hit
Oh
him.
yeah, you absolutely hit.
Damage. If he is still standing,
Yes.
of course he is, because he only got stronger because I put him in prison. I'm going to do.
He was leader of a bandit clan that you dealt with when your very first patrols.
I'm going to. Am I? And this is gonna sound weird, but like, am I in an angle enough to hit this guy?
I mean, with what?
Breath weapon.
No, breath weapon. What's the range on it?
30 feet. It's 30
30
feet.
feet?
But
Probably not.
if I
Probably
swivel
not.
around, okay, no.
It'd be short. They're about 40 feet away from you. So yeah, you wouldn't be able to get him and that guy.
No, then I'll just hit him with it. No, I can't because
Okay.
that's an action. Well, can I use my breath weapon on my bonus action? Well, not
No.
my bonus action. My extra attack.
No, it's not an attack. It's an action to use it.
Right, but isn't extra attack allow me to attack him with an action?
No, extra attack is to make an extra attack with the attack action.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
I'll just hit him again.
Okay. Yeah, that'll hit.
Oh, that'll hit anyways.
Yep, with a +4. Yep.
Action.
Okay, and you want to do the shield bash?
Yep. And I
Go for
found
it.
it.
Google. Oh yeah. of the thud. Okay. So he doesn't go down, but he does get knocked back away from you with his shield bash there. As you smack into him, he steps back there and he kind of drops to one knee. He's like, "No, you don't understand. We've got to do this. You can't." And he looks at, but he essentially just he looks at you up at you and just puts his axe on the ground. He is surrendering. Stand down, boys. There's no way.
If they are standing down, I will approach him and drop my form so he can see who it is. Yes, yes, most definitely.
I would say when you are. Oh my God! Wow. Okay. Just so listen to you. We'll just say he's got some blood streaming down his face. There, he's got a big old bruise over his one of his eyes. There, he's sort of like looking up at you. Who are you?
Name's Sora. With the Raven Tails. Your turn. Who hired you?
I this ranger. He arranged for our release if we did work for him.
Great.
His name's Koresh.
Crash.
And as everyone else puts down their weapons, gets or knocked out by various things, you're able to essentially. They all put down their weapons and just sort of like raise their hands up there. The ones that are still up there, the ones that are down, are you gonna let them bleed out or help them out?
We'll bind them up and then heal them up.
Okay, so I mean, you're able to work fast up there to keep the guys from like full on dying, and so they're all the two that are down are now unconscious and bound. The other ones there just have their weapons down there, and you can bind them up there. And thinking back, you realize that this guy's name is Dexford. He was a bandit leader that was harassing caravans along the road there in the very first patrol you went out when you were only 17 years old. And helped take this guy down. In fact, he's a little older, obviously, about 6 years older at this point, and a little bit broader, a little bit more muscular than he was back then. He was kind of a skinny. I mean, he wasn't skinny. He's definitely bulked up while he's been in prison. And he just sort of his axe is on the ground there. You remember part of the reason you recognize him is he always fought with a two-handed with a battle axe. And so he has surrendered himself to you. You guys have a group of bandits, some kind there, and we're gonna leave off right there with you all in the trees. And Amethyst, I would say, based on where you are, you're kind of on the outside of the tree line there. As the sun is going down, you look up, and just on the horizon there, you see as the sun is dropping down in the west, the faint outline of a tower off in the distance.
Okay.
And that's where we're going to pick up next week. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you all for hanging out with us today, or if you're watching in the future, absolutely. We love having you here. So again, thanks for stopping by the Tumble Tankard. We'll see you again real soon. Take care, everyone.
Awesome.
Bye.